Jumping on the server, doing some farming once again. Didn't play yesterday evening. I'd done a little bit of a different video during the daytime, which meant I ended up having to I played some different stuff yesterday. I did a scientific experiment video for Farm Sim. Myth bust something players have maybe been wondering. Why can't I get that to fucking... My iPad's doing that bastard thing again. It just doesn't want to do what I want it to do, which is let me watch my own stream. Right, there we go. Logged in. 1546. What is happening? What is going to happen? What is going to happen? Mr. Helge's completed a contract for harvesting. Field was that, by the way? 36. That's going to be somewhere right down the bottom here. Seems a bit overkill. Took our harvester all that way. But we've done good. Bit of money starting to pile up. Back to our farm. Be interesting to see what else is occurring. Like I said, when I last played, I was like, be nice if there was some fertilising contracts to do. We'll head back to the farm. Some of our fields should be ready to harvest, I would have thought. Yeah, fields 2 and 3 are. And field 9. Excellent. On something. With a hedge. Yeah, there's a little bit of hedge there. Seemed rather unnecessary. So yeah, we've got 2 fields over here to harvest, basically. Which is good. I'm thinking... get this harvested. I'm going to do straw. So yes, for people who watched my YouTube video yesterday, which was on the science of do in-game settings affect your yield of fields, you will definitely recognise this field as being the field I use for testing that on. Although it was on a different save. I wasn't doing the science test here on the server, because that would have caused a lot of problems. So, yeah, don't do it on the server. I did it on a separate save game, but ultimately the results were what I expected, definitely. In some senses, there wasn't. I noticed a little bit of a discrepancy between some of what the in-game menus tell me and what I actually saw. like the yield loss between the first test that I did and the second test didn't actually fully represent what the in-game menu tells you. Didn't quite add up. The yield loss was definitely a bit more random. Empty the truck. Going along very nicely. One of the things I did find was that it definitely doesn't take very long to harvest this field. Really. Stupid tree. Stupid tree grabbing my pipe. Tiny little bit of straw. There's going to be a tiny little bit of straw left. Quick look at the finance. Again, it's not going to tell me the finances for some weird reason. I don't know why this is. For me, when I log into my own server, it never gives me the pricing screen. I don't know if it's because I'm not logged in as admin, but it shouldn't make any difference. I wouldn't have thought. Still not a lot of fertilising gigs. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. We'll see if it repopulates a little bit later on. I think we'll go chuck it in the silo after we've done that. And 24,000 litres of wheat. Not a massive amount. Every little helps. Put it all in the silo for now. The good thing is we will have the straw to sell. We might not be selling any of these actual crops, but we will have the straw to sell. Oh, bit of crop destruction. This thing not want to open and close. header's broken. Maybe replacing this header very soon anyway with a better one. Got canola. Canola straw. First time doing that. Mm, 75% complete. Well, 75% full. It's not a contract, is it? I'm used to doing contracts just lately. Let's go empty him. I didn't leave myself masses of them, you know. Back in. Do 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 do. Canola harvest is done. I'm not going to go harvest field 9 just yet. So we need to get the straw picked up. 20,000 litres of canola. That's not bad. Not amazing. I would expect more off the much bigger field. Again, for the time being, can go down there. I'm going to do some buying of equipment. Remember that weight's there, folks. Don't let me forget that weight is there. So here's the store. Sold quite a bit. As much as I thought we was going to get. That was expensive. Oh, that's just opening and closing doors. Okay. I think this machine's going to be a brilliant addition to the farm. I really do. Especially when we get the fertiliser sprayer attachment for it as well. I need to obviously load up all those pallets again. Although, to be fair, I might leave it empty. I might leave it empty. Right, shop. Tractors, large tractors. I know we had the case last time, didn't we? 36-inch row crop jewels, left style 1, fenders front, and rear fenders, attachers, gonna have a quick hitch, fence, global positioning, yes. Oh. 400. Out. Bother with any flashes, extra lights, yes. So we're going to need 414,750. 1500. Call it 415,000 because I can't be asked to do the exact math. And that kind of switches the tractor. I was thinking about going for maybe one of these. One of Stevie's fantastic jobbies. But in the end, I could always swap the existing Fendt for one of those, I suppose, if I really wanted to. There we go. So tractor is purchased. I'm not going to go and fetch that because I don't need to. The only reason I drove the other tractor and the spreader down there was to get the best price. Because for some reason you can't sell equipment at your own workshop. What I do want is the yes. Give me some parcel. Could well be. Thank you muchly. Missing parcel has arrived. Yeah, Amazon told me fibs yesterday. Amazon told me they delivered my order, and when I opened the box that they delivered, the item I'd ordered wasn't in the box. So I was like, oh, okay. Got sweets? I've got sweets. I mean, that's a 3 kilo bag of Haribo. 3 kilos! Go along with the 3 kilos of my own joysticks that I got the other day as well. I started having a craving the last couple of days for sweets. I haven't had a lot of sweets this year. I've been quite good. not to have a lot of sweets and junk and chocolate and things like that. I'm just starting to get a real craving for it. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to order some. Must be the change in the weather as we're moving from summer into autumn into winter. Getting a little bit, you know, the old winter blues start to kick in. Lack of sunlight starts to have an effect on your mood. You start getting that seasonal affective disorder thing going on, and you start to find yourself needing artificial pick-me-ups like toffees, sweets, chocolate, stuff that brings you a little bit of a chemical high. Hopefully I can unload all this lime into our tractor. Got to remember to go put the weight back on as well. And I'll probably use the. I'm probably going to use this tractor to do the straw, seeing as I've just acquired it. And like I say, get the straw picked up, get that sold, and then I've got 2 fields that I can then fertilise. Cultivate. And tell me what I ought to get whilst I think about it. Another bit of equipment for the farm. Okay. It's not expensive. Not expensive in the slightest. Giving me tractor a thump up the backside, look. I believe this is first of all the fill point for the tractor. Fill point for the archer. We do need water in here as well. So to get water, I'm just going to nip down here to our little puddle. Our little puddle works. There we are, 1,000 litres of the good stuff. But now we have a pressure washer. And the great thing about the pressure washer, you can pretty much put it wherever you like. For example, we come over here. You can change the pressure on this pressure washer, which then means it actually uses less diesel and water. We're not going to worry about that at this moment in time. Next thing, obviously, we need to get, like I say, got 2 fields of straw to collect and sell. One of them will be wheat straw, which is normal straw. So normal straw is silage kings, actually. And then we've got canola straw, haven't we? Which is a little bit different. That's animal supplies. If I want the absolute best mega price, we need to go to silage, those places. I might just, for sheer convenience, just sell everything here at the farm. It will save me driving around millions of miles, and I can get on and do the fertilising, and then I can get the cultivating done, and then these 2 fields will be ready for seeding or reseeding our next crop. And then after that, we'll have field 9 to harvest. Whilst field 4 and field 11 are still growing. So we'll probably have more mowing to do, get some more silage bales made and sold. And worry about the income a little bit later on. I don't know why the price screen doesn't show me the full history of pricing. Was it because I didn't play yesterday? And if somebody else played yesterday, has that messed up my finance screen? Because I definitely don't have history on this screen. So I'm a little bit blind as to what's been happening. How many days has... I assume this isn't the same day as I logged out on Tuesday. Based on the fact that Mr. Helgie's done some contracts, I would have imagined Field 11 would have took him quite a bit of time to seed on his own. And then if he's done harvesting contracts, that would have taken him quite a bit of time on his own. So I imagine he's actually slept through, he's actually gone through a night and we're actually on a different day. I imagine he's worked 2 days. Keep missing bits. You miss bits with your loading wagon. I mean, we're not going to get a load of straw off these fields, so to be honest, it's probably not worth me going and driving all the way down to the BGA with this straw, because we're not going to get paid all that much for it. Might as well just sell it here at the farm. Same with the canola. Although the canola technically is probably more worthwhile taking to the animal place, animal dealer, and selling. Should have just carried on going straight. It's a little bit of a maze on this map, the farm layout. And the fact you can't drive through the hedges because they all have collisions means you can't take no shortcuts. Hill 4's growing quite nicely with our soybeans on it. Nice to see. It's a little bit of profit. Bit of a shame having to drive all the way back just to get those 2,947 litres of straw, but technically this straw is different from that straw, so I wouldn't be able to just pick up, keep going. That is the one difference. The corn, soybean and canola straw is actually different material. It's a different fill type. You can't mix like canola corn straw with regular straw. Doesn't work. So I had just slightly more than a full trailer load off of field 2. Field 3 is bigger. It may be that I have to tip this in the silo, transfer it into the truck to take, and then take the truck to sell the straw. So I really only want to do one journey to the sell point. I don't want to do multiple journeys. So yeah, canola straw. Joe Bidden Sniff Skids. Thank you for the follow, Joe Bidden Skid Sniffs. Unless, of course, what I'm noticing is that the canola doesn't seem to yield the same amount of straw as the wheat did. So maybe I only have to make the one trip to the sell point. Maybe we're not actually going to get full. Gonna be close. There's a little bit left. There's a little bit left. You know what? I'll take this full load to the animal dealer to sell it. And then when we come back, that little bit that's left on the field, I will just then pick up and sell in our own place. I'm not going to make a second trip down to the animal dealer. Notice my steering wheel's in the wrong place. What's going on there? Oh, I'm doing something with the loading wagon. Okay, it's the open cover button. That's it. That's put the steering wheel in the right position. Yeah, open cover. Open the cover. That fixes it. That did look very weird. The guy driving the tractor with the steering wheel pointing up at the ceiling. That's not normal position. Best follow the we don't need to be overtaking and risking having collisions. We'll just deal with the traffic as we go. How much are we going to get for the canola straw? Full trailer load, 68,000 litres. Let's see. $14,559. Nearly 15 grand. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. One trailer load. Imagine if that was a contract. You would have made almost as much money selling the straw as you would have got paid for the contract. that means that you would have doubled your income. So definitely it's worth doing the straw. On every field you can do straw, it's definitely worth picking it up and selling it. Because it's just going to maximise your income, increase your profitability. Sure, it takes a little bit more time, but it's pretty good going, I think. Yeah, canola straw, corn straw and soybean straw, definitely worth adding. Like I say, the mod is on the in-game mod hub. I think it's called Straw Me or something like that, which adds the 3 extra straw types to those crops. Definitely worth adding to your playthrough of the game. The only crop that's now left behind a little bit is the sunflowers. The sunflowers are the only crop that don't produce anything apart from sunflowers. They're not quite as profitable anymore compared to the other crops. So, we've done 2 fields, harvested 2 fields, we've done the straw from those 2 fields. Now I need to fertilise and cultivate those 2 fields, and we can get them reseeded. Trailer kind of got away a bit from me there. I still haven't added the lock steering axles mod to the server. I really need to do that. I must admit, I am starting to miss having the lock steering axles mod installed. Just makes it a little bit easier when you're reversing trailers, when the trailer wheels aren't going in every which direction they want. Because the trailer thinks it's trying to help you, and it's like, you really are not. Right, I have got liquid fertiliser, so the plan is I'm going to use this to liquid fertilise these 2 fields. I will then probably empty it of whatever gubbins is inside it. And then I shall probably invest in the sprayer attachment for the John Deere that I've just bought today. I want that lifting up, please. Because hedges. We've got hedges. Like hedges. So yeah, I'm going to liquid spray. I'm going to cultivate and then seed. And then that should be these fields done until the next harvest. Shouldn't need to touch them again. Because we don't play with weeds. We turn weeds off this time on this map. We've turned weeds off because it's just an irritation you don't want when you're trying to play a game nice and relaxed and chilled out. I'm just amazed that nobody's come up with a mod yet that gives you the, you know, the way weeds work when you play with seasons. It's a shame no one's come out with a mod that does that for the game without having to play with seasons. Because I don't want all the other seasons rubbish, you know. Especially as for me, it is well known that seasons is bugged. It doesn't play nice with some of the mods that I tend to use on every single map that I play. It has a conflict with something or other that I just cannot identify, so therefore cannot get a fix for. So that's why I personally don't use seasons at the moment, because I just feel there is too many bugs and incompatibilities with seasons. Which you kind of expect, because seasons hasn't been updated in 7 months, and there's been a lot of mods that have come out in the last 7 months that do things differently now, do some new things that seasons obviously does not take into account, does not allow, isn't programmed for. So yeah, there's bound to be some conflicts, you know. However, for me, it's much easier just to remove seasons from my saves than it is trying to identify what the actual conflict is, because the horrible thing I found was that when I looked at my log file, and I've sent my log to the seasons devs, when one of them asked me what issues I was having and everything with the mod and the game, my log is clean. My log doesn't have any errors. It's not showing any real errors, which is what kind of makes it very hard to identify what the conflict is. Seasons isn't like writing in your log that it's having an issue. But for the people wondering what issues I was having with seasons and why I stopped using it, literally on any map that I played with any geo, when I came to the harvest point, when you go through spring, you do your planting, you go through the summer, you do your summer stuff, you then get to autumn when you're supposed to be able to harvest the crops you planted in the spring. The problem I was having, as soon as it got to the harvest window, instead of your fields going from growing to ready to harvest, they went to withered, and every field on the map would go to withered. All the AI fields would go to withered. Your fields, so you never got to harvest, so you never got to sell any crops, so you pretty much went bankrupt in the first year. And I've tried seasons on a couple of different maps. I've tried different geos from the mod hub, and I was having the same issue every time. Couldn't harvest. You would never get to, the crops would never enter a state where you could harvest them. They would go from growing to withered. They'd completely miss the harvest state. So I was like, yeah, got to remove that. Got to uninstall seasons. Like I say, yes, I accept it's probably a conflict with another mod, but Seasons doesn't tell me what mod it doesn't like, and if Seasons doesn't tell you what it doesn't like, there's no way to fix it. But yeah, again, it's a mod that's not been updated in 7 months. Generally speaking, I don't play with mods that are that old. unless they, you know, are completely unmatched by anything, haven't been superseded by anything. Drought maybe. No, I don't know. I wouldn't say drought, because like I say, I played with different geos on different maps with different weather. So yeah, I could argue that the map I played where I used the Texas geo, where we had, you know, 40-degree summer, no rain, yeah, maybe drought may have had an effect. But on a European map that I played where it rained pretty much every other day, I don't see how you could have had drought. And that brings me on to another thing with Seasons mod. Why have a mechanic like drought or crops that die due to lack of water when you actually can't irrigate your fields? You can't spray your fields with water. You have no way of providing them with water. Seems like they missed a step there. Surely they should have added irrigation before they implemented drought. So that way, if you are playing on a map, like with a geo where you have really dry summers, you could actually go out and with a sprayer filled with water and water your fields. And that would give you another element. You could also have contracts then from the other farmers to irrigate fields. You could have irrigation contracts. That would be cool. That would give you something else to do in the summer when, you know, you're a little bit short of things to do, especially in the first years, first years on a map when you don't have a lot of fields. You might not be doing animals straight away because of the massive expense that animals are and time sink. So first year with Seasons on a map, summer tends to be a bit of a thumb twiddling time, a bit like winter. Winter is always a time period on a map where you're like, oh god, I've got 9 days where I can't do anything. Got no to do for 9 days. Fast forward. But yeah, the option to have like irrigation contracts by being able to water fields, that would be kind of nice. I think the last time I tried to play with the Seasons mod was on the No Man's Land map that I started a Let's Play on a few weeks back over on the YouTube channel. I did have Seasons installed at the beginning, until I realised that it takes like 4 years for trees to grow. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to help my Let's Play, because I'm only going to really be planting and chopping down trees. So it's going to cause a bit of a problem if I can't do anything for 4 years in between chopping down trees and replanting them. Right, we need to do some seeding. No, we need to do cultivating. Cultivating. So I'm going to take my Challenger. I do not need the plough. Yeah. I don't know why they haven't implemented an irrigation system, like, you know, being able to manually water fields. I don't know. I would have thought that, like I say, with Seasons having like the whole drought thing, and crops being, you know, having weakness to drought, they would have implemented a system whereby you could actually water your fields to combat that. And like you say, there is an irrigation mod available. I've even seen maps where fields have actually had like pivots on them, like real life. They've had like proper like pivots on the fields. And it wouldn't have been too much to have modded them so that they would actually go up and down the field and water the fields. You could effectively make them a vehicle that you could jump into and drive from one end of a field to the other. But then again, that's obviously going to require quite a complex script system, and I wonder if then the issue comes to the fact that you can't really have a lot of scripts on console. I know Seasons is the exception to the rule that gets made. Normally, you don't get to have script mods on consoles. So I wonder if there's certain things even in Seasons they can't do because Sony and Microsoft just turn around and go, you're not allowed to do that. Mint, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Next step then. I remember doing this the other night. I think in the last 24 hours I have sort of cultivated this field like 6 times. Planted crops on it and harvested it. I'm starting to know this field very well. As I say, I did that video yesterday where I did that test. Did the for science experiment on whether the in-game settings affect yield. So I did 3 different tests on this field, planting crop to see what effect you get on yield by turning off or turning on different options in the menu. And like I say, it was nice to actually provide concrete proof to the people who try to tell players that, I couldn't believe it when I read the forum post initially. Somebody asked if when you're playing the game, do you sacrifice yield if you turn off periodic ploughing, lime required, and weeds? And the answer, of course, is no, it doesn't. You don't get penalised for turning those off. If anything, they actually help players. It does make the game a lot more easy because you're not going to lose anything by having those options off. I was quite surprised at the number of people that replied to this person that told him you would lose yield if you turn off ploughing and you turn off lime and you turn off weeds. It's like, that doesn't make sense. Why would you be putting it? Why when setting the game to easy mode would you then be punished? I could understand you not being able to get as much yield as when you are playing with lime on and fertilising and stuff like that because of how the system works. But specifically the lime. The lime is the one because when you read the help menu for improving yield, if you have lime on your field, you get a 15% bonus to the field yield. So whatever the field is going to yield for a crop, if you have lime on that field, you will gain 15%. And it's the same way with fertiliser. You get 25% bonus for each stage of fertiliser. But if you don't fertilise and don't lime, you're not going to lose anything. You're just going to get the base yield. You just get the baseline. If you want more crop, you lime and you fertilise, and you'll get a bonus above the baseline. But you won't get less than the baseline. But playing with weeds and ploughing, you can get less than your baseline because they will give you penalties if you haven't done them. So it would be very harsh of the game on a player if the player turned off ploughing and weeds. If the game went, oh, he's turned that option off, you know what, let's punish him. Let's give him the penalties anyway. You know, it would be a bit harsh. So yeah, I ended up doing a video where, like I say, I did 3 different harvests on this field. Planted sunflowers 3 times in a row. With different options enabled, different settings. Just to get it on film and, you know, have concrete proof of how the game works. Just to go back to all these people that give such bad information to new players to the game. Like I say, the number of people that were posting and telling this guy that, yeah, if you turn those options off, you're going to lose yield. Oh. I mean, I assume these are those comments, those replies from those people were probably from the people that, you know, play ultra realistic and hardcore, you know. And unless you play ultra realistic and hardcore, you're not playing the game properly. Like I said at the end of my video, it's farm sim. If you've bought the game, play it how you want to play it. You play it the way you want. It's your game. However you have fun, that's entirely up to you. Don't let anybody tell you you're doing it wrong. The great thing about this game, there is no one way to do anything. Lots of people have come up with ingenious workarounds and ways for doing things. Probably weren't in the developer's mind at the time when they made the game. Example of that was the other day when me and Mr. Helgi was doing our silage. And the fact we was using the loading wagon to empty the bunker. We weren't scooping it out with a shovel. We weren't using conveyor belts. No, we drove through the bunker with the loading wagon and let the loading wagon hoover up all the silage out of the bunker, take it and sell it. It's easier than faffing about with a shovel and a wheel loader or a telehandler. You know, scooping 2,000 litres at a time out of the bunker and tipping it into a trailer. No, it's much easier just to drive the loading wagon through and pick up 68,000 litres at a time. You know? And honestly, we probably would have used the mouse if we'd got money at the time. But obviously, first day on the map, we didn't have a lot of money. And then second day on the map, we got stung. Loan interest. We ended up forking out 280,000 in loan interest. So that made finances very, very tight. So we couldn't lease a lot of equipment to do things. So we just got creative. And I noticed this field isn't actually properly rectangular. There's a bit here where the field, there's like a little tiny bit of this field that isn't like perfectly square. At some point in time, I think the next time this field needs ploughing, I will come down here and put a proper straight edge on this field. You can see it. Look, look. Right about here, it goes out a little bit. You notice it more on the map screen. If I move my character out of the way, you'll see it better. You can see where it like, there's a bit of a weird dip in the field. I'm not sure why that is. Because again, when you're making a map in Giants Editor, it's definitely much easier to make squares and rectangles than it is to do that. The only thing I can think of is if the field definitions go a little bit wonky there. Maybe. But we didn't notice it in testing of the map because it all tested fine. It wasn't noticeably wrong. Compared to say when we did Lakeland Vale 2, there was a field on that map in testing that definitely had a definition issue. Because when you change the crop, when you tried changing the crop, there was a section down one edge of the field that didn't change. It stayed as the previous crop. Have I ever tried making a map? I have not tried making a map, not from scratch myself. I have edited and tweaked several maps for myself and done my own personal edits and changes to some maps. I did, obviously, I did Estancia Lapacho. I made a lot of changes and tweaks to that map and did a lot of fixes to that map because Giants haven't fixed it. Giants didn't do any updates to that map after they released it, so there was a lot of issues on that map. So I did a fixed version that I then released, and then I did an edit, personal edit of Lone Oak when I was playing Lone Oak last year. There were some issues that I had on that map, so I went in and fixed them. And then, of course, because I was streaming, I got people in the chat like going, "Oh, how come your map looks like this? How come on your map you don't have this and this?" And I was like, well, because I'm using an edited version of the map. Then when they were like, "Well, how can we get that edited version?" And I was like, well, you're going to need like these 5 files. The 5 files that I have changed, you're going to need to download those and put them into your own map and overwrite. And then you'll get my edits. But then some people started like complaining. Now on Giants forums, some people accused me of stealing mods and that, and it's like, well, no, I'm not stealing mods at all. Oh, you're taking downloads away from Oxygen David. No, I'm not taking any downloads away from Oxygen David. People still need to download his original Lone Oak map from the mod hub. The only difference is once they have downloaded his map, they need to open his map and copy across 5 files that I provide and overwrite 5 files in that map. So was like, definitely not Rob. In fact, probably, I would say more people downloaded Oxygen David's map, play, knowing that they could fix the problems with it. It was easy to fix the problems in the map. Yeah, it's such a difficult topic. It's one of the reasons why I don't get into the mod making and releasing mods business, because there is so much issue with using assets from that other people have created, and you have to get permission to use other people's objects and stuff like that, and it can be such a flipping minefield, you know. It's almost not worth the effort. So that's why I pretty much just edit and tweak mods for my own use, and then obviously when I'm playing on a server like now, people who come and play on the server, they do get the benefit of having access to those edited mods and being able to download those edited and tweaked mods, because obviously you have to have the same mods to play on the server. So I send them a link to my Google Drive where I have my mods uploaded, so they can download all the mods required for the map. But don't publicly make them available. I don't put them on any websites, and I certainly don't go through the mod hub testing process, because it's just such a minefield. Such a minefield. So all it takes is one person to say, "Oh, you've copied that from me," and your mod gets taken down, and you get banned from being able to upload any other mods, even if that person's talking completely out their ass, you know. It's also the time factor as well. You know, if I was to try and learn how to make mods properly from scratch, from the ground up, it would take so much time, and it's just, I just don't have enough of it. I spend enough of my time doing the streaming and video making and stuff. That's my contribution to the community. That's how I contribute, and you know, have become a Giants partner, is by doing my video work and stuff. I don't need to get into mod making, map making. I'm happy to do testing, and like I say, I have done map testing for people. There have been several authors who have contacted me and asked me to help them test their maps before they release them, because I tend to be pretty good at finding bugs and issues and stuff, and because I have an understanding of modding from doing my own personal tweaks and stuff, I can lend them, you know, good feedback. I can usually tell them why the error is what it is, and where the error is, and how they can fix it. Like this map that I'm playing on now, I tested for a week before it released to the public, and I have to say, I do believe I spent more time in that week testing this one map than Giants do testing any mod. I don't think Giants do as much testing as I did. This map is Snetterton Farm, also called Lakeland Vale 3. Part of a series of maps made by a map maker called Stevie, whose maps I have played. I've played all of his maps in Farm Sim 19. Played a couple of his maps in Farm Sim 17 as well. I just know he does good work, so I kind of always tended to lean towards playing his maps. So yeah, Snetterton Forest, Snetterton Forest 4X, Lakeland Vale 2, Snetterton's Farm, this map. Played them all. It's not on the mod hub, sadly, on it. The only place to get Stevie's mods from is Stevie's own Facebook group, which if you're on Facebook, you can search for by typing in Farm Simulator mods. That usually brings up his page. All his maps are on that, and all his vehicles and equipment mods. Because he's done a mod of every single vehicle that comes in the game, and every single piece of equipment. He's done a mod of it. So if you wanted to, you could play the whole game without using any of the vanilla stuff. Which is really cool. I think he was one of the first people, when Farm Simulator 19, he was one of the first people to start putting out the mods. Because I know for a fact, going back and looking at my Estancia Lapacho Let's Play series, about the first week on that map that I played on that map, I was playing with vanilla, all vanilla default base game stuff. And then after a week, I was starting to use Stevie's stuff. So yeah, it didn't take Stevie long to start banging out the equipment and machinery. Took him a lot longer to do the maps, because obviously there was quite a bit of changes to the map system from FS17 due to placeables, the terrain adjustment, things like that. So Stevie's first map, the Farm Sim 19, didn't come out until I think it was the February. The game came out in the November, his first map came out in the February, so yeah, he was a little bit, and that was Snetterton Forest, was the first map that he did. And then he started work on the 4X version, Snetterton Forest. And then he did Lakeland Vale. And then he did Lakeland Vale 2. Then did Snetterton's, this map. And then he's just released a new version of the Snetterton Forest 4X, where he's done a lot of updates to it, a lot of changes, added some new stuff to it. So he's all the time changing things and having new ideas. I want my tractor, because I need to seed. So for example, this wrapper behind me, this bale wrapper here, this is Stevie's bale wrapper. He made this one because this one does alfalfa bales. Will wrap alfalfa and make alfalfa silage, which obviously the vanilla game won't do. None of the vanilla game wrappers will do alfalfa. So yeah, there's Stevie's. I think we've also got Stevie's given us a seeder as well. Yeah, he's given us the Lemkin and the Pronto, which obviously do the alfalfa as well. Actually, I might be tempted to try planting some alfalfa. Alfalfa is a crop. It's kind of like a grass, really. It's like a type of grass. So you can use it in feeding animals. You can use it in making silage, making bales to feed animals. Like I do believe on this map, the sheep, if we have the sheep, we don't have any animals yet, but like the sheep and cows, you have to feed grass, hay, silage, TMR, and you also now need to feed them alfalfa and alfalfa silage, alfalfa hay. So they take a bit more stuff. And you have to, obviously, it just means you have to grow more stuff and plant more stuff. Yeah, I've not done alfalfa yet. I'm tempted to maybe do field 1 then with alfalfa. Or dig up one of the already existing grass fields on the map, because we start with 2 grass fields. Fields 1 and field 10 are both grass. I could change one of those to alfalfa. So we'd have slightly different. What am I going to plant this time round? Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at the silos. Got 50,000 litres of wheat, 14,000 litres of barley, 69 litres of oats. Could probably do with oats and barley then, couldn't we? Let me say. The reason we don't have a lot of barley is because our first harvest on this map did go a little bit wrong. Because there was a tiny little bit of an error, and that was my fault. That was my fault. I put a when it came to the yield for barley in the fruit types XML of the map, I put the decimal point in the wrong place. So instead of getting the normal yield for barley, we was only actually getting a 10th. A 10th of the amount. Mr. Helgi couldn't understand how he managed to harvest the whole field and only be 16% full in his harvester. I'm just like, I've only got 16% full, he says. I was like, yeah, sounds like the yield's broken. Let me go check the map. Sure enough, yeah. Instead of the yield being 1.16 litres per square metre, it was 0.116. Damn. So yeah, had to quickly update and upload a new version of the map for everybody to download. Thankfully, it was the only crop that was affected, and we hadn't harvested anything else at that point, so didn't lose too much. But again, it's one of them things when you're setting up the map and you're setting up the server, it's so much stuff that you're doing and having to do. Sometimes just a tiny little thing slips through the crack and you don't catch it, you don't spot it. You start playing and then it's like, problem. But at least we found it within the first sort of half an hour of playing on the map, and we hadn't been on the map for like 30 hours or something. Because then when you start having to do updates and changes, that's when things start to go a little bit wrong. And you start to have some issues. Bit like on La Coronella. When we found out most of the trees on that map you couldn't actually cut down with a chainsaw. That was annoying. I ended up having to open the whole map up in Giant's editor and go around and delete the trees by hand from the map. Because you couldn't cut them down. And I was like, I don't want any trees on the map that we can't actually cut down and get wood or wood chips from. I don't just want decorations. If it's on the map, it's got to be functional. It's got to have a purpose. Did that, uploaded the map, everybody downloaded it. Had to download the new map, the updated map. And again, we played for a little bit longer, and then we found out there was an issue with the pallets from the production factories being like ridiculous weight. So every time you tried to pick them up to take them to sell them, your tractor would like flip upside down. So that was another fix I had to go and do. But the good thing is there's not too many fixes that need to be done to a Stevie map. Stevie's maps tend to be pretty good. Don't get too, and like I say, the fact that we had, I think there was about 5 of us testing this map for Stevie. There was 5 of us that tested this map, and we did it for a whole week. And I was doing pretty much 12 hours a day on the map testing. So I did like 60 hours of testing by myself. And then there was obviously the other 4 people as well that did the testing. So when this map was actually released to the public, it didn't have any post-release updates. There wasn't any bugs to fix. One of the smoothest launches we've had. And obviously the Snetterton Forest 4X update that Stevie's just done, we didn't do any testing on that because he just basically built on top of what was already there from the previous version. So everything was working right in the old version of the map. So the things that he changed and added didn't actually have any effect on that. Most of the stuff he changed on the map was cosmetic. Adding some new buildings, adding some new models, new textures. There wasn't any real like mechanic changes, any gameplay changes. He didn't do any new fields or anything like that which needed to be tested. Didn't add any new kinds of sell points or anything like that which needed to be tested. The only thing he did add was a new bridge to cross from the main land, the main part of the map, to the little island on the left hand side where there's a bunch of fields. In the original Snetterton Forest 4X map, he had a big bridge that went across like a road and you drove over it, and it was fixed. This bridge was fixed. It was at the end of between field 8 and the dairy, and obviously all the ships, all the ships used to drive under it and stuff. On the new version of the map that he's done, he's taken that bridge out and he's actually put a bridge that actually, so it's not all the time in place for you to drive over. It kind of turns out the way, which again makes it more accessible for the ships to drive up and down the river, because they don't actually have to go under the bridge, because the bridge most of the time is out the way. It's in like an open position. But when you want to drive to the other island, you have to close the bridge, so you have to drive to the thing, and there's like a little control box, and you press it, and this bridge like rotates into place for you then to be able to drive over it. And once you've driven over it, you hit the box on the other side and you open it again. Fantastic bit of kit. A lot of work went into that to make that model. At some point I should probably download that map. Just to do a map tour video on it, first look map tour type thing. I don't know if anybody's done any videos of that. I haven't seen any of the usual YouTubers who do like map videos, reviews, mod reviews and stuff do video on that map. So I might download that map and do a video on it, but I wouldn't necessarily do a let's play or something like that on the map, because I've already played Snetterton Forest. I've played Snetterton Forest 3 times now. I've done the regular standard size version of the map, I did a Let's Play with Seasons on the 4X map. And me and Mr. Helgi have also played it on the server. So I wouldn't play Snetterton Forest again, I don't think. Not unless there was some really game-breaking, you know, game-changing features added to the map, which by all accounts Stevie's not going to do. From what I've seen and what I've heard and conversations that have been had with him, he has no plans to ever build like any production into any of his maps. He's more happy for just people to use global company mods of their own and placeables and stuff. He's not actually tried to build anything into his maps production wise. Again, probably makes sense because like I say, having played La Coronella, I know that map has production built into it, and I also know that there are some mods that break that production, like Seasons. And then the guy who made the La Coronella map, he then went and did an update of the map where he basically made it Seasons compatible, which meant he removed all the extra stuff that made his map, you know, unique and original and quite fun to play. So I didn't like that. I didn't like the version 2 of that map. So when we played the map on the server, we played with the original version, the old version, which had all the production stuff and all the extra bits and pieces and the extra crops, you know, the rye, the millet, all that sort of stuff, the rice that you could plant and harvest, all that extra stuff. Seasons version of the map to me just felt very crap. Very bland, very vanilla. I think what the guy should have done, he should have just put a note. He should have just put a notice or a line on his mod's description that basically read, "This map does not support Seasons. No support will be offered for anybody who tries to use Seasons on this map. Don't do it." And that would have been fine. Everyone would have known then that you don't play Seasons on that map. Problem was, people were trying to play Seasons on that map, and then they were going to Giants forums and opening up bug reports and stuff about it, and I think the guy got a bit fed up with it. So he ended up basically taking his map apart, removing everything from his map that he had added that was different and new, just to make it so it worked for Seasons. And I'm like, A mod author's tried to be creative and original, and then he's had all his creativity and originality taken away because people just will not stop using one mod. People want to use a mod that's not supported on his map. I think I missed a bit there. There's a bit in that shadow where I did not seed field. I think I got a little bit wayward. Again, I've just remembered, went to all the trouble of upgrading this machine to have GPS, this tractor, and I'm not using it. Haven't used the GPS while I've been seeding. Oh. Right, let's have a look. Somewhere down here. I think it's over here. Yeah, there. Right. Is this a direct drill? I'm asking a question now. Is this seeder a direct drill? Yes, it is. Right. I think I'm actually going to go put some alfalfa then. I think I'll use field 10 because I think field 10 is the biggest of the two. Got the greenhouses and everything, but obviously at the moment they're not in use because we don't have any animals that make manure. And once we do get some animals, we start getting into the whole manure making business, we can start firing up the old greenhouses. Yeah, let's put the old let's do a GPS, shall we? Let's do a GPS course. To the field. And we'll try and plant alfalfa straight over the top of this grass. It should hopefully let us, because it is direct drill. Hopefully alfalfa is like grass in that hopefully alfalfa will regrow. So you plant it once and it just regrows by itself. So you just then need to keep coming and mowing it. Or forage harvesting it if you've got a forage harvester. Little tree there. Make life awkward. Stick a tree on the edge of the field. That might be one that gets chopped down. That might be one that gets chopped down. Like I say, one of the things I would like to do as well on this map is do some trees, plant some, do like planting and then obviously harvesting of our own trees when they're ready to grow, getting logs, doing some logging that way, maybe. I think I said in the first stream, Field 9 looks like possibly being the best candidate for that. In terms of having everything available. But I wouldn't want to start doing trees until we've got some more fields that we can, you know, still keep doing all the normal crops on. I don't want to sacrifice a crop field until we've got another one to replace it, if you like. If that makes sense, I hope it does. So, for example, before I take a field out of the normal crop rotation to go and plant a bunch of trees on, I would want another field. So, for example, if I'm going to start using Field 9 for planting trees on, I would want to own maybe like Field 12 or Field 5. So that whatever crop we lose from this field can be placed on a new field. How much they're like 212,000 for that field, 305,000 for that one. Some of these fields are quite big. They're going to cost you a bit of money. 15 and 16 down there would be nice. I think they've got potatoes and sunflowers at the minute on those two fields. Not sure I want to do it. I did a potato harvest the very first day on the farm because Field 9 starts with potatoes on it, and you are given a potato harvester on the map in your starting equipment. It's not great. It's not one of the best potato harvester by a long shot. It's actually a bit of awkward to use because it's offset from the top, the gizmo that removes the tops of the potatoes, and then the bit that actually digs the potatoes out of the ground is offset. And it's a bit of a pain to use because it pretty much forces you to drive around the field in one direction only. You've got to kind of work anti-clockwise. And then what's really super baffling is the pipe on the harvester is on the wrong side. It should be on the right hand side of the machine, so that when you're going round the field anti-clockwise harvesting, you can empty it into a trailer without any issues, because the pipe will be over the bit of the field that you have already harvested. But no, the pipe is ever so weirdly on the left side of the machine, which again, with the machine being offset to the right of the tractor, pipe then is immediately behind the tractor, which means trying to unload that thing is very difficult. Right, so we have got fields 2 and 3 harvested. We've got the straw. We've collected the straw and sold the straw. We've fertilised the fields. We've cultivated the field. We've reseeded the field. So those fields are now ready until the next time we harvest. Field 10, I have just reseeded with alfalfa. I've changed it from being a grass field to an alfalfa field. So that should be quite cool. Obviously, field 1 is still grass. which means don't have anything. We're just waiting for that to grow before we can mow it again. And ideally, we do need to make sure when we come to mow it, it is in the dark orange harvest stage, you know, field 5 colour. Because you do get more grass. Grass is the only crop where the ready to harvest state dictates yield. If you harvest a grass field when it's only yellow, you will get less grass than if you wait until it's orange. It's the only crop that is affected by harvest state. Right, it's nearly time to sleep. We've nearly reached the point where we can go to sleep and through the daytime. I am very tempted though to give Mr. Helgi a bit of a tractor upgrade. We've got a bit of money. We have got a bit of money. Might surprise him. Let's have a quick trip down to the old shop. See what they're willing to give me in part exchange for this machine. We'll see if we can get Mr. Helgi a new one, a better one. Because Mr. Helgi does like his Fendt tractors, because obviously Mr. Helgi is German and he likes his German machinery. You know, he's got a bit of a bias towards his own equipment, his own country's equipment. So he does like his Fendts. Let's go get him a new one. If, of course, the shop is still open when I get there. I'm hoping the shop is open. I don't think Stevie's ever implemented opening and closing times on any of his sell points and stuff. I know some maps do it now, but that tends to be a little bit more annoying than anything. Again, La Coronella was a great example of a map that had opening and closing times for all the places on the map. And the number of times I would get caught out because I would be doing a harvest contract or something, and by the time I'd harvested the field and got the trailer loaded up with the material, driven to the sell point, I couldn't complete the contract because the sell point was closed. The sell point had shut for the night. I was like, no! Failed the contract because I couldn't get into the sell point to sell the crop. We are going to sell that for 223,421 bucks. Not a lot, I know. Not a lot. We'll get Mr. Helgi a nice new one. Should we get him the nice big 1000F jobby? Great big floaty wheels on it. Big beast of a tractor. Should we get him a Fendt weight as well? Because I notice his tractor doesn't seem to have a weight. Does he not have a Fendt weight? I don't know if I necessarily want a 3,000 kilo weight. buy it. It's only £3 grand. If he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. Tell you what, I bet this would be really good now to do squishing, to do compacting, silage. I bet this tractor's good at compacting silage. I bet it's got some flipping weight to it. I mean, there's 3 ton just in the weight on the front. There's 3 ton there in the weight, not taking into account the weight of the tractor. You know, the weight on the front weighs 3 tons, so that should be capable of squishing quite a lot of stuff. Put the weight in the bunker. So shall we see everybody if Mr. Helgi notices he's got a different tractor? How long will it take him to notice his tractor's different, do you think? Think he will? Think he'll notice? Right, we've got 186 grand in the bank. Tempted to maybe pay off a little bit of the loan before I fast forward time. Park his tractor in the shed, actually. No. Let's see if he notices it's a different machine. Right, finances then. Let's have a look quickly. Loan outstanding, 2,860,000. So I'll tell you what, let's repay 60,000. These is 2.8 million. Perfect. Right. The house so I can sleep. Waiting for the clock to tick over. As soon as it's 7:30, you can sleep in game. Tell you what, I'm very tempted to have one of my sweets. I don't know if I have enough. Need some skizzers. Need some skizzers. Nearly spilt them all over the floor then. These are Haribo yellow bellies. They're basically like jelly snakes. I do like them. Right, let's sleep. We need to sleep for 11 hours. Makes it 6:30 in the morning. Now all the money's appeared. Okay. Yeah, so we paid out 78 grand last night for the loan. A quick look. Yes, field 9's ready to harvest. Which is barley. We'll have soybeans on field 4. Canola on field 11. Let's have a look at the contract screen. There's a fertilising contract there to do field 20 for 23 grand. I'm going to do that. What is going on? Loads of stuff is going on, Mr. Helgi. Loads of stuff is happening. What is going to happen is the question of the day. And the answer to that is loads. So I'm going to go do a fertilising contract to start the day. Earn us a nice 23 grand. Do field 20, which is Omint. Generally speaking, when you download one of Stevie's maps, if you download Snetterton's Farm, or you download Fenton Forest, you will notice straight away when you download those files, those maps, the maps are over a gigabyte in size because they are high quality. And because of that high quality and because of that size, they're not allowed on the mod hub. The mod hub has a limit on file size, and Stevie won't compromise. Stevie won't make his maps less quality to make the file size smaller just to put them on the mod hub. So it's a shame only PC players get to play his maps, sadly, because obviously PC players can download the maps from his Facebook page and install them. But obviously console players don't get to play Stevie's maps. And again, another reason why as well is Fenton Forest is a 4x map. So this map here, Snetterton's Farm, is a standard map. Okay? This is a standard size map. Fenton Forest is 4 times bigger than this. Fenton Forest is 4 of these maps put together. It is huge. Huge map to play. As I say, me and Mr. Helgi played it on a server, and for 2 people, it was a struggle. It was a struggle. I did it by myself in a Let's Play series, and I was having to use course play, I was having to use follow me, I was having to use workers, because otherwise it was just, you would just never be able to do the map yourself. You'd never be able to farm it yourself because it was massive. So field 20 is this big one down here. That's where I am going. Yeah, as I say, Fenton Forest got updated about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Stevie released an update for that. So Snetterton's Farm is the latest new map that Stevie's released. And as I say, Fenton Forest has in the last couple of weeks been updated. So Definitely the two maps to, if you've not played any of his maps, those are the two maps to download and have a look at and have a play. So hopefully this could work out very well. Possibly not as well as I hoped. Because of course we've just paid the loan, which means we've only got 58,000 bucks in the bank. Because originally, what I just thought to myself was, this is going to be perfect. I could do the contract on field 20, get paid, and then I could take this sprayer to the shop and sell it. And then we could get the attachment for the John Deere sprayer. We could get the sprayer for the John Deere, and then we're set. We're perfect. But I'm starting to think now we may not have enough money. I know this sprayer is a lot more expensive than the John Deere one, so when I sell this at the shop, we will get more money back than what we're going to spend on the John Deere. The John Deere sprayer attachment is actually quite cheap. It's not that expensive. However, suppose what I ought to do as well, I ought to probably think of doing a GPS course in a bit. Could probably record it as I'm doing this edge actually. Or what I'll do is I'll do the headlands first. I'll do a headland pass around the field first, just to make sure everything is a-okay. Here comes Mr. Helgi, synchronising. Play your elevator music. Do the whole shebang. Something's gone wrong here. I'm gonna have to tab out the game briefly anyway, because I need to obviously log into Discord so Mr. Helgi can communicate with me. I also just need to restart my Stream Deck program because it's not sending any commands to my Twitch channel. Hello, Mr. Helgi.
You have bought some big tires, I see. For the fence.
Bought some big tires?
Well, you've configured big tires now?
I bought a weight to go on the front of it.
No, you have now. It's wider tires.
I noticed your machine didn't have a... Your machine...
Have you not seen it?
Yeah, I've seen your Fendt tractor. Yeah. I took
But
it to the shop.
didn't have that big tires for?
I took it to the shop and gave it a bit of an upgrade. I bought a weight to go on the front of it because your tractor didn't have a weight, so I bought it its own special. It's got its own special Fendt weight on it.
Yeah, nice. 3,300 kilograms.
Yeah, so you're not going to slip and slide with that on the front. I also imagine that will come in very useful for when you're doing squishing. And then big tyres will probably make it very useful for doing squishing.
Yep. So you reseeded the fields 2 and 3, okay? And harvested?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, harvested those, did the straw, sold the straw, fertilised them, cultivated them, seeded them. I then did, I reseeded field 10 as well.
Okay.
Dug the grass up and I've put alfalfa on it instead. Because alfalfa seems to be a bit more profitable than grass. Tends to make looks like it makes more money when you're doing silage and stuff than the grass. It's still the same process. You still mow it and everything exactly the same as grass, but it just seems to be worth more money.
I seeded, I did some contracts, I did some stuff yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. I noticed that. I had to go and retrieve
all the
harvest.
money has gone.
Yeah, well, I've bought some equipment. I've bought some equipment, and I've swapped some equipment. We had a very good day. I've had a very good day on the farm. I've been very productive. We've been making lots of plant changes.
I did also do a soybean contract with straw selling and stuff. Again, the straw selling was the most profitable.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I think they paid 15,000 per load. Was not bad.
Yeah, it was the same. The same
What's
when I did the canola on field 3. Straw from that was like 15,500 for a trailer. So the actual crop I harvested off fields 2 and 3, that crop is in the silo. I didn't sell the crop. I only sold the straw. Mainly because there wasn't a lot of crop off those 2 fields, in all fairness. I mean, I was able to harvest field 2 and I was able to harvest field 3 without unloading the harvester.
Okay.
And I know we've got that big field of canola on field 11, so I thought might as well save the canola from field 3 and sell it with that lot in a few hours time or whenever.
I wonder if I do ploughing on field 17.
Possible. I mean, I wondered if you'd noticed that on your tractor, besides the big chunky tyres and the weight, did you notice it's now got GPS as well?
It's what?
It's now
GPS?
got
yeah, okay. Good. Didn't notice. Good you said it.
That's the big change on the equipment. That's where most of the money has gone, because on a lot of the tractors now have GPS. I haven't done the harvester yet. I'm still kind of on the fence about that.
Not so important on the harvester.
So I must admit, I was kind of looking at the possibility of, again, down the road, at getting a different harvester.
Where's the plough?
It's in the shed.
Okay, you put it in the shed.
Parked it in the shed, next to the seeders and stuff, I think.
Yep.
I like the fact that the second I restarted my Stream Deck, it's instantly gone and posted about 4 things in my stream chat.
It did what?
It's posted 4 things in my chat. It's gone. It's posted the hello, welcome to the stream and my channel. It's like, well, it should have done that when I went live a couple of hours ago. Yeah. So it's playing catch up now. I mean, I've been live for 2 hours and 37 minutes, so Stream Deck's a bit, me Stream Deck's a little bit behind with its commands. Oh well. Better late than never.
So we only need 1, maximum 2 courses, I guess. 90 degrees and 0 degrees.
Yeah. 90 degrees and 180 or whatever it is. 0 and 180 and 90 and 270. Not a lot of different angles on this map. Despite the fact that all the fields support multi-angle. All the fields have multi-angle terrain support. Hello, cat. Don't you come in here tormenting me. You come in here being a nuisance. I think I need a drink. My voice is going. No, I've run out.
Shouldn't the course be recorded by Alt A or something? Or is it? Oh,
It should be. It depends if having you since you reinstalled your computer and everything, have you got your keybinds set up?
Have I? I have no idea.
Have you got all your keybinds, or have you got the default?
Yes, sir. But it was the default.
Stupid flipping cruise control keeps turning off, and then my tractor just sits here spraying all its stuff on one spot, wasting fertilizer.
But I think it has had the same settings as I had before. Since I cannot, what would it be? Higher helper or something? Should be no key.
Again, I'm the wrong man to ask about the GPS buttons, because I never use the keyboard. I use the controller.
For recording, I'm sure that for starting recording, you have no button.
No, I do. I have left trigger, right trigger, and A.
Wow.
Left trigger, right trigger, A puts my A point, and then it puts my B point when I want to program my course. I go into my key bindings, gamepad controls, boom, 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 boom. Guidance steering. I've got all the buttons for guidance steering programmed for my controller, because I don't like using keyboard. I don't like touching it when I'm playing the game. Set guidance point, left out and E, not
E.
left out and A.
E and R.
Left out and E and R and X.
It's auto. So what did I have? To toggle guidance S, and then that was it.
I think the big one for you.
But have you recorded it now? Or?
I've not recorded. Well, I've got one course
at
the moment.
You haven't saved it yet.
Haven't saved
so
it.
Alt E should be Alt A, I think, right? I'm not sure. It doesn't work like that.
Keyboard control.
I don't care. Just drive.
Toggle guidance steering on and off is left out and C. To set your guidance point is left out and E. Auto width left out.
It doesn't work.
Have you got the satellite on? Have you turned on?
Yes.
Your guidance steering. Have you got the little satellite enabled? Have you gone into the menu and enabled show lines?
I have a course. I don't know where it came from, but I have a course. I don't know. I just need to save it, I guess.
Yeah, if you know which direction it goes in.
0 degrees. because my left, the left stick, when I press it, it's switching it on and off, so it's still the settings I had before.
Still the same old settings.
I copied the file, the folder, and saved my settings. So, in principle, one course should be enough. You can turn it at 90 degrees and use it again.
Yeah, you can always rotate it 90 degrees once we've loaded it, can't I? Again, I have a button on my controller to do that, so I don't even have to go in the menu to rotate the course. I can do it.
That is clever, huh? To have it.
When I'm doing a rectangular field, I can drive down the long edge, and then when I get to the end of the long edge, I can rotate the course, drive down the short edge, rotate the course, drive back along the long edge. And then I can do my headland with GPS. Another thing I did today was I emptied the auger wagon. So all the lime is in the silo.
Ah, okay.
So when you come to fill the spreader up, the lime is in the silo. It would have been easier for me to have used the auger when I did the harvesting on fields 2 and 3 than using the truck, because there was hardly any crop to worry about. Seemed a bit excessive taking a truck into the field to get less than a tank of crop from the harvester.
No, I tried to program the buttons, shoulder buttons plus the cross up,
Yep.
to change the direction of the course. But now it's turning on the music.
Ah, yeah. I use the to change the direction of the course, I use the left and right trigger and the select button or back button on the controller, because I didn't have that. I didn't have that bound to anything, so that works very well.
I'm trying to use.
I used left trigger, right trigger, and down on the cross to do the center the course.
But it's not rotating the course. No, it's not. It's not doing it. It's not doing it.
Is it still green? Have you still got it active?
No, it's not. So it should be rotate track. No. Rotate track.
Should be. Works for me, look. As I'm doing it on my stream right now.
To delete, hold some button, which is what button? So
you press backspace, don't you, to delete?
yeah, that's yeah. Okay, so to turn it 90 degrees, is it called rotate track or
rotate track? Yeah.
But why doesn't it do it? You know.
Because when you get to the end of the road that you are on, you have to press left stick to turn the GPS off, then rotate the track, and then press left stick to turn it back on again. It won't rotate while you have it active.
I don't understand what you mean, but
well, when you're driving down your row, you've obviously got the line in the middle green.
Yeah, it's not green now; it's white.
So at that point, then, when you press the rotate track, it
No,
should
it doesn't rotate. It doesn't rotate. Just doesn't do it.
It definitely works for me.
It's not rotating.
That was one of the things I liked best about the latest development version of GPS, is he added that rotate option. I was like, that's brilliant. That's all I've ever wanted. Saves me having to record like 50 courses.
Now it works. I used also the bumpers and the back button.
Yeah.
That worked.
Goes back to a
Maybe
conversation
there
that
was
I
something
had
programmed in with the cross or something. Doesn't work.
back to
You know, these
conversation I had.
combination buttons and dovetail games, they are looking for more buttons for the controller. They probably haven't found out that you can use multiple presses or whatever for
Combinations, yeah.
different functions. Yeah, they haven't figured that out before.
They probably haven't actually had the foresight to include that option in their game engine. Their game engine might not allow it.
Maybe.
But it goes back to a conversation I was having with some people the other night who were like, why don't you play the game with keyboard? I'm like, I don't want to. It's more comfortable to play it with controller. But
Yeah,
you don't have enough buttons on controller. You do if you bind them. If you go into the key binds and use the combinations of all your different bumpers and triggers and everything.
The only thing is you need your brain to remember them.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Is remembering then which combinations of buttons you have to press to do something.
Once you do it and play along, maybe you add more buttons along as you play. Then your brain remembers it. Your muscle memory remembers them. That's when you change a button later on, like you had the issue. The muscles press the wrong buttons constantly.
Well, that's the thing. I no longer have that issue where I turn on my cruise control when I come out of menus anymore. Because I don't use the circle button to come out of menus anymore. I use the start button. My brain's finally got used to that bit. Yeah. Changing the circle to be cruise control rather than hire worker. That was such a... Because I hated that. Every time you come out of a menu, you hired a bloody worker. I hated that. And then every time you wanted to use cruise control, you had to press about 5 different buttons on your controller. That makes no sense. Something you don't want to do accidentally, you put behind a 4 or 5 combination command, so you're less likely to press it by accident. Something that you want to do
make the important buttons, make them more difficult to find. Like hiring a worker or maybe unloading.
Unloading a seeder. Yeah, unloading a seeder of seed and fertilizer. Yeah, let's put that on a different button. Let's put that on definitely a different button to the one that changes the crop that you are planting.
Yeah.
Honestly, whoever it was, I don't know who it was at Giants, I don't know who it was that in the Giants development team that sat there and I thought that was a good combination of buttons.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's somebody that
With
just wants
something
to.
with the Y.
I'm sure deep down he must hate people who play on console and play with controllers. He's got to be. He's definitely got to be a PC Master Race player. That guy, because he's like, I know what. I'm going to program the game so that to unload a seeder, you press Y. To change the crop you're planting, you press Y. So when the player wants to change from wheat to corn in game, he ends up emptying all his seed and fertilizer all over the floor.
Yeah. Because he presses left bumper Y. Or just Y.
Yeah. Left button Y, right button Y.
Yeah.
Then they go and make it.
GPS. I love GPS, especially when you do something like that. Because you're not overlapping. It saves you also time.
Saves you time and it saves you material because you're not wasting.
Just checking what widths I have. It's actually 8.46. It's our default width is 8.46, I think. Oh. You can enjoy the game, you can look around, don't have to concentrate driving straight.
Yeah, you're not going to miss bits when you're seeding and when you're fertilising. It's so much nicer to have GPS for this bit. Like I say, it's not something I notice so much. I don't tend to use it so much now when I'm harvesting. In fact, I probably never use GPS when I harvest anymore. But certainly for seeding and fertilising and stuff, I definitely want it because it's much more realistic. You watch all these real farmers on YouTube and they're not seeding and fertilising without using GPS. They're not
driving. Do everything with GPS.
They're not weaving and wobbling all over their fields.
I would say even further, they are not using just GPS. They use Courseplay in real life. They have the course loaded, and that's what they do. Now they even have the amount of fertilizers they apply, and everything is programmed into that course.
The one exception to that, I would say, is probably Millennial Farmer. I don't think he uses Courseplay. I think he uses Giants default workers. Because Jim always gets stuck.
Because the fields are so big, he just drives up and down.
No, I think
in Germany you have these fields with power poles in the middle, where they have to drive around, and they programmed it in. Pretty sure.
No, I think Millennial Farmer uses Giants default workers because Jim is always getting stuck. Jim's always finding objects.
like a bowling ball. He shot with the cannon. Or was that a different guy?
That was on the Welker Farms map.
Oh yeah,
The Welker Farms had the bowling ball cannon, but you're right. Millennial Farmer was there when they shot it, because I think it was his son that pulled the trigger on it to launch it. And then after the cannon had fired the bowling ball, I think Leg Arms turned around and said, "Right, now you've got to go fetch it." The kid just stood there looking at him like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, now you got to go fetch it."
I'm just noticing this is a massive field 17. I think it's almost the same as field 11, maybe a little bit bigger.
Good thing is I've managed to get most of this field sprayed. I have got this field sprayed and I didn't need to refill the sprayer. In fact, the sprayer's going to be pretty much empty, which is perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Because now I can take this sprayer to the shop and sell it.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
Without having 10 pallets.
Without having 10 pallets. It also means as well then that this tractor can now be reconverted back. And I can put regular tyres on it again. Because we're not going to need this for fertilising, so this tractor isn't going to need to have skinny wheels. So this little tractor can actually have some proper size wheels put back on it.
You have enough money to buy the equipment you want?
Yeah, more or less, by the end of the day. I don't think we're going to need to do any fertilising immediately for a bit, so... Again, I'm pretty sure that this sprayer that we've got now is more expensive than the one that goes on the back of the John Deere machine. So we should actually get more money back for this when I sell it. And then when I buy the John Deere, it should be cheaper. So we should actually make a profit by swapping.
I completed the contract for you, by the way.
That's fine. Yep, perfect. I completed your harvesting one earlier as well.
Yeah. No, it's not complete. Yeah, okay, I didn't press the button, okay.
No, you didn't press the button. And the harvester was still parked in the middle of the field with the
What
header
was
on
it,
the back.
13,000 or something?
Yeah,
14?
I think 13,000 or something.
Yeah, I got at least 3 or 4 times the money from straw, and about the same amount, about 15,000 for the excess harvest income. Wasn't too bad.
No, as I say, the harvest contracts are very profitable. With the straw me mod that we are using now, where you get this extra straw on, you get from corn and canola and soybeans, it does make those contracts a lot more profitable. Even though you initially look at the screen and think, oh, the guy's only paying me 13 grand to do a harvest. Ignore that 13 grand. That's not really what you're looking at, because it's the straw that you're going to make your money on. You know, a couple of trailer loads of
36 that I did.
A couple of trailer loads of straw, and you've probably made 4 times what the contract is paying. Like I say, it's just a shame now that sunflowers is the only crop that doesn't produce anything extra. So sunflowers is like the bit of a letdown now.
Yeah.
As much as it's nice and pretty when it's growing in the fields, it's not as profitable now as the other crops, because you don't get anything extra from it.
But they are pretty.
It did make a very nice crop to use in my test for science yesterday.
Okay. Is this yield test or what?
Yeah, the yield test. For science!
I started watching it, but I never finished.
He never finished. He never clicked the like
just
button.
The subject was not really, appealing.
What?
Just give me the results, please.
I did at the end.
I didn't watch it at the end.
I even put some little text bits on the screen at the end for the people that haven't been able to do the math to actually tell you what the difference was in actual real numbers. What the differences were between each text. And how that compares to what the game tells you in the help menu. It's...
So that means whatever settings that you have, whether you have wheat disabled, does it influence the yield?
No.
I don't think so.
Nope, it does not affect the baseline. Does not affect the baseline at all.
Yeah. whether you plow or not plow. And
If you
so.
have ploughing, if you have periodic ploughing turned off, if you have lime required turned off, and you have weeds turned off, it does not affect base yield of a field. So by turning those options off, you will never ever lose anything. You will always get the base yield.
No, it just saved the additional work. Yeah?
Just save the additional work and time.
Yeah, with having done weeds many times, I don't miss it. But lime is not so frequent as well as ploughing. So.
Well, lime is only every 3 harvests. And also, lime only actually gives you a bonus to the base. It gives you a 15% bonus to the base yield. So if you don't lime, you are not losing anything. If you lime a field, you will get an extra 15% above base.
So if you disable lime requirement,
yeah,
you don't get the bonus.
You don't get the bonus, no.
Ah, okay.
Both lime and fertilizer are extra. They are a bonus to the base yield. So each fertilizer stage gives you a 25% bonus to the base yield, and lime gives you a 15% bonus to the base yield. But if you do not lime and do not fertilize, you do not lose anything. You just get the base yield.
Except for ploughing, you would lose, huh?
Ploughing, you lose. Ploughing
but
gives
if
you
you
a
disable
penalty.
ploughing, you don't lose. Huh?
You don't lose, no.
Okay. That's
and
fine.
Weeds as well obviously gives you a penalty to the base yield if you have weeds on. However, what I did notice from that test was that in the menu where it says weeds give you a 20% penalty, it actually varies. It's not 20%. Because in one of the tests I did, there was only a 15.3% decrease in the harvest yield because of the weeds.
And you did all the variations testing and harvesting, and how do you do that? Did you actually harvest it, or was it just a control, depth control?
No, I harvested it. I used this map. I loaded this map up in a new save, and I picked field 2. I picked field 2. The first test I did with all the options turned on. So I limed the field, I ploughed the field, I seeded the sunflowers on it. I then let it grow to the final growth stage, and then I harvested it and got the yield. So that was the base yield with all the options on. And then once I'd harvested the field, I then went over it. The field needed ploughing, it needed lime. So at that point, I just seeded sunflowers on it again. So the second test was the one where it was like the field needs lime, the field needs ploughing, the field's got weeds. This is like the absolute worst.
So you did all the permutations.
Did all the permutations.
With different crops as well?
No, just did it with sunflowers, because doing it with the same crop, you know you're getting the same yield all the time.
Yeah. But it may have a different result with different crops.
You shouldn't do, though.
You have to do it again. For all the crops.
I have to do it again.
Just kidding.
I'll do it again and have all the crops. That's another day of my life I'm going to have to spend. For science! For science, it has to be done. For science. Where did I put my
then you get the Nobel Prize, or what's it called? Nobel
Prize, yeah.
Nobel Prize you get at the end of your life for doing all
You're going to get that Nobel Prize. You can join Sheldon Cooper.
And if it was raining during during seeding, it also increases the yield. Now you have to wait for the rain to come to seed.
I see, that's the thing, you see. I made sure when I did the seeding, I had the time turned off so I could seed the whole field without any kind of growth happening or any weather happening or influencing. I did make sure to do that, to remove any variables. The only time I let the clock run was when I wanted the field to grow. And then I fast forwarded it right through. I didn't slow the clock down, I did it like at
Oh my god.
full speed until it was like dark orange, and then I paused the time again and did the harvesting.
Yeah, you did you do harvesting for light yellow or all the different
No, I didn't, because
stages?
that test has already been done by another YouTuber.
Ah, okay.
It's already been done by the Mr. CDPs of this world.
It has no impact, right?
It has no impact. Same way, using different actual headers does not have any impact on your yield.
My goodness.
Because I know some people were like, oh, if I use a Helianthus header compared to a Khazar header, do I get more corn? No, you don't. It yields exactly the same. Makes no difference what header you use. It's a shame.
And the devs watching it says, okay, just fuck with them. We changed the programming.
Change the programming stuff. I wish they would. I wish they actually would. I wish there would be an actual difference. An actual difference, like if you use a different header, you know? If you use a more high-tech, more expensive harvester header, I would expect you to improve your yield. Why would farmers like Millennial Farmer invest on these like air systems, have their headers fitted with these air systems and that, if they weren't trying to maximise their yield and have less crop being wasted? Like
wheat falling on the ground.
Yeah, they have those things making sure all the stuff gets blown into the harvester, so everything goes in.
But they could add some like issues with the header. You have some stone going through, destroying something.
Yeah.
You need to repair it before you can continue and stuff like that. They could have that programmed in.
Exactly. I mean, like on as you've seen, I mean, you've watched the Millennial Farmer videos where he's bought these plastic things to go on his corn header. Yeah. So the headers don't. So when he's harvesting, it's not that those bits don't get damaged, don't get chipped or bits taken out of them. So he's not losing crop.
Metal bent. No metal is bent.
Yeah. So you know, it's cutting all the time at full efficiency. Because as we know, you've got to have the fish in the sea.
Yeah. The more fish you have in the sea, the better.
It's no good driving across your field if only half your header's actually cutting. Is it?
Yeah.
This the hell he's doing field 17. Right, he's in the middle of that contract, which is ploughing.
Have you changed the straw loading, the loading wagon?
I did, yes. I did that.
Okay. I saw
yesterday or the day before. I got rid of the red one because the chrome one is cheaper and it has a higher capacity. So
that's what I noticed.
I was like, it makes more sense to have the chrome one.
When I collected the straws, this one takes a lot more.
So field 22 wants seeding with sunflowers. And that's paying 30 grand. I might go and do a bit of seeding. I don't want to plant potatoes on field 28. I know the guy's paying 50 grand, but I don't want to plant potatoes because I'd have to refill the planter about 50 times.
Yeah.
Because potatoes
for 30,000.
I'm going to do field 22. Have a look. Where on my map is field 22? Oh, that's a big one. Jeez.
Of course.
Jeez, that's a big field.
It's grass at the moment, huh?
Field 22. No, it's cultivated. Needed ploughing. I'm surprised the guy didn't plough it first. Come on, dude. What a waste of sunflowers. Waste of sunflowers. Planting them on a field that hasn't been ploughed. I can tell you right away because I did the test yesterday. I know exactly how much he's going to lose. I know exactly how much yield he's going to lose by not having that field ploughed. Because I did the test for science.
Great Scott!
Great Scott! Yeah, I did put a little Doc Brown cartoon-looking character on the thumbnail of the video. I did find a little cartoon scientist put in the thumbnail.
So now you have to find out, or you may be able to calculate whether you plant on one field a certain crop that sells at a certain price and gives you a certain yield, whether it's which crop is the most profitable. Probably soybeans, right? But then the yield is not so good, so maybe you have a different crop that pays less but has a higher yield. So where is the break even? It's also a variable is the market price, of course. Huh? How much the map pays you for each crop, and the variation of price in the market.
Yeah, how fast that price drops as you are doing your seeding and stuff.
So maybe a crop that is worth less but gives you more yield might be the better option.
On a particular field, definitely. Yeah, you certainly wouldn't be planting soybeans on like field 2 on this map.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't get enough yield to justify it, despite the price. Potatoes now. Now that is a crop you probably would plant on field 2. Because you're going to get tons of them. Oh dear, I'm planting the wrong crop for this contract. I forgot to change the seed.
376. Don't unload. See that? Potatoes pay 376.
Yeah, but then scroll along and see what the steamed potatoes pay. Bet the steamed potatoes pay closer to £1,000.
800. Yeah, 30.
So yeah, steamed potatoes off of one of those fields would definitely be...
wash also pay about 784. So it's not worth steaming them. Just wash them.
Just wash them.
It's almost the same. Yeah, probably the prices go up towards 1,000 for the steamed potatoes. What?
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Are you driving diagonal at the moment?
I am at this moment, yeah. Because I'm doing the headland. Going around the outside of the
that's
field.
the 45 degree.
I'm not using well, GPS is on at the minute, but I'm not actually following it. I will be going up and down the field in straight lines, but I'm just doing the headland first because obviously there's a hedge that's very close to the edge of this field and I don't want to keep driving into it when I'm trying to turn around. Yeah. I think by the time I've driven once round the field, this contract ought to be about complete, really. It should be complete. It really should.
Yeah, almost. The farmer says, yeah, I saw your intention, you get paid.
Yeah, it was the thought that counts.
Yeah.
It was the effort. You tried. No. Bit like the child at sports day at school that comes last in the 100 metres. They give him a medal. You did very
Yeah.
well. No, you didn't. You came
He
fucking
showed up.
last.
He showed up. He showed up and started. It's like you passed the test, you have the date right and your name.
Yeah.
That's enough. I don't expect more from you.
I was like, what does that teach the kid? Yeah.
Because I don't want to see you again in this class.
Rubbish.
Fuck off.
It's okay to be rubbish, kid. That's what you learn. Failure is
Sometimes
perfectly
my wife is
acceptable.
discussing with other teachers that they had a student for the third time in the test. And they know he will not pass. That just give him 50 points, then we don't see him again.
I tell you what, I will tell you a funny story now. Back when I was at college, back when I was doing my engineering, there was a lad on the same course as me. In one of the subjects that we did as part of our engineering course, I think it was it thermo? It might have been thermodynamics. And when we came to do the exam at the end of the year, he failed the exam. So he had to resit it. So one day he's in the class and he's resitting the exam, hands it in at the end. Yeah, he's got slightly more questions right this time, but he still failed. So he has to take the test again. So the next week he takes the test again, and once again he hands the paper in. He's got a few more questions right, but he still failed. But the teacher starts to think, hang on a minute.
He
Every
didn't have all the questions wrong at the same, always, huh?
No.
So in total, he had more questions right.
Oh yeah, each week he was getting more and more questions right. But the teacher thought, if this carries on, at some point he's going to get all the questions right. So between that week and the next week, the teacher rewrote the exam. He had all new questions, and we was in the class, and when he handed the paper to the kid and said, right, your exam starts now, this kid sits there, and we were all watching him because the teacher had kind of told us what was going to happen. So we're all kind of sat there watching this lad, and he opens the test paper and he starts reading, and then he turns to the next page and he starts reading, and then he turns to the next page, and then the next page, and then he's flicking backwards and forwards through all the pages, and then all of a sudden you just hear the lad just sits there, and under his breath you just hear him go, oh shit. Because basically what he was doing, he was memorising the questions, and between each test he was going and looking up the answers. So every week he was getting more and more questions right, and eventually he would have passed the test. But then the teacher completely messed him up by changing all the questions.
Oh, okay.
So he came into the test fully prepared, ready. He knew exactly what question 1 was going to be, knew what question 2 was going to be, and then when he opened the paper, all the questions were different, and he was like, "Oh shit!" So he failed again, and at that point, then he got kicked off the course. Because it's like, yeah, he's not actually doing the work.
It's just memorizing it.
He's just memorizing. He's basically playing a long cheat. He's trying to cheat the exam with a very long process. It's a long cheat. Yeah, it was so funny. Just watching him open the paper, start reading the questions. Then he's like turning over the pages, like checking each page. He's like, these aren't the questions I remembered. And then he's like, oh shit. Yep, got you. Well, I've told you the story about as well, haven't I, about my friend Joe, when we was at school.
Don't know.
My friend Joe, who was dyslexic.
Okay.
And when we came to do our like GCSE exams, at the end of one of the exams, he put his hand up and asked if he could have more time in the exam. And the teacher says, "Why should you get more time than everybody else to do your exam?" And he says, "Because I'm dyslexic, sir." And this teacher just looked at him and went, "That's just an excuse for being thick."
Thick. What has that to do with being thick?
He says, "That's just an excuse for being thick." It's like, wow. Totally, that teacher's totally not politically correct. He was an old teacher as well, so yeah, he probably didn't know all the modern day rules and stuff. He was one of these teachers that kind of came in just to sit in exams, like an invigilator type role.
I had one or the other teacher who were definitely far to the right. Not maybe some Nazis. I don't know. Old teacher. Probably not old enough to be Nazi, but well, to be in the war. Nazi, of course, because he said, "Show me a black guy or a woman who can make a technical drawing, who are good at doing technical drawings." He was a complete racist.
Oh yeah,
absolute. Because it has nothing to do with sex or color of skin. It's just a question of education and bringing up.
I just loved this teacher. "Oh no, that's just an excuse for you being thick." He just Johnny's just sat there like, what?
"I'm not overweight. I'm just too short."
I know. We had a history. we had this history teacher called Mr. Ireland, and he was always quite funny about the whole dyslexia thing and everything. Because whenever Joe tried to use dyslexia in class to get any kind of advantage or anything in anything, the first thing Mr. Ireland would then turn around and say is, "Well, where's your glasses?" And Joe would look. Because Mr. Ireland knew, because when Joe first started at the school, he was in like this special needs class because he was dyslexic, and Mr. Ireland's wife was the teacher. So he knew that the dyslexic kids had these special glasses with these special coloured lenses, which meant that when they were looking at books and stuff, the words weren't moving around and the letters weren't jumping about on the page, so they were able to read, you know, the same as anybody else. But they had to wear the glasses, the special glasses. And, of course, Joe wouldn't be wearing the glasses. So anytime he tried to pull the dyslexia card, the first thing Mr. Ireland would say is, "Well, put your glasses on first." Of course, Joe didn't want to put the glasses on because wearing glasses made him look stupid. Because they had these like weird bright green lenses. And also there were these weird lenses that when you looked at him, they made his eyeballs look like 10 times bigger. So he made him look like he got these real big like goldfish eyes. So he never wanted to wear the glasses in class, but the teacher was like, "No, if you're going to ask for extra time in tests and stuff, at least help yourself out first by wearing your glasses." It's a bit like this other guy. He's like, this kid goes, the teacher goes, "Do you have some kind of problem?" And this kid goes, "Well, my parents think I'm borderline on the spectrum." And the teacher's like, "I don't know what that means, but you should definitely get off it."
Oh my God. Uh, yeah, the some years ago, several years ago, it started with every kid had ADHS, they call it
Yeah.
in German. It's they can't sit still, yeah? They have to move.
Yeah, the
Or
hyperactivity disorder thing.
yeah,
The
yeah.
attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADHD, as we call it over here. Amazing. But it's weird because, like you say, you go back 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you never had any of that stuff.
No, no.
Stuff
The
existed.
kids, the kids had their activities after school. They were exhausted when they came home, and they were able to sleep because they were not playing computer games all night.
Exactly. Look, I was saying this to my father the other day. When I was at school, when I was like proper school age, I would get to school an hour early in the morning, and me and my friends, we'd spend an hour playing football before school started, and then at morning break we'd spend half an hour playing football, and then at lunchtime we would spend an hour and a half playing football, and then if it was a day where we had PE or games, we'd obviously do more football and stuff in PE and games. So we'd be playing, like, 3 hours of football every single day.
Minimum,
Minimum, 5 days a week. And then you've got these Premier League footballers who are like, I played in last week's cup game, so I've got to have this week off.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, they don't do anything else.
I mean, also we as kids, we played football and other stuff, but we also had football training. Yeah? So we were all the time outside and doing stuff.
Because that was one of the things I noticed. The minute I left school, I got very unfit and very unhealthy. Once I left school, and we wasn't playing football, 3 hours every single day, and doing other sports like cricket and basketball and athletics and things like that. That was it then. It was all downhill after that. And I think if I was to be honest, I don't think I've done any exercise in the last 10 years. I think the last time I did any exercise was when I played golf, and I haven't done that for 10 years. So
yeah, you have to do something. I go regularly on a regular basis to the gym and do stuff to do something. Except when I play farm sim. I've played too much computer games in the last years, but I can't not do it anymore. Have to do it.
Running around on the farm is very healthy.
Yeah.
So that's the way I look at it. When I'm running around on the farm, jumping in and out of different tractors, that's all the exercise I need. That's very time consuming and very tiring, you know?
I'll be right back. I hope my tractor hasn't finished the line before I come back.
That's why he likes GPS. He can set the tractor running and then he can go off.
But there are hedges at the end. That helps.
Yeah, he can't drive through the hedges. He won't do a county lines and harvest across 4 fields before coming to a stop. Yeah, if you never saw us play on county lines, you missed out. Mr. Helgi one day he was harvesting a field or something with GPS, and he went off to get himself a drink. And when he come back, his harvester had driven across like 3 fields.
Yes, I can confirm.
And the worst part about that was, because of the crop destruction and everything and playing with seasons, you could see those lines on those fields for quite a long time after, because it impacted on all the following work you did on the fields. It put things out of sequence, so you could always see the line where he'd fell asleep at the wheel with his feet on the desk and had driven across 3 fields.
It wasn't so bad, though. It was just a computer game. Unbelievable. I switched on the radio, and when I changed channels, it asked me that this channel is not rated PEGI by other users. It's the simulator radio.
It's not rated safe for kids.
No.
I like how one thing I do notice on this map straight away that's different from La Coronella. The wind turbines on this map do go round. Stevie actually knows how to make the wind turbines go round on his maps.
Obviously.
all the ones on La Coronella were just static and they never spun. Whereas on this map, they all work perfectly.
What a contract. Oh, be right back.
Sing along.
So what did you have for dinner?
I've not had any dinner yet today.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. We haven't had any tonight yet. I did have 2 bacon sandwiches at lunchtime though. Bacon sandwiches? I also got my sweets delivered today, which Amazon forgot to deliver yesterday. Naughty, naughty Amazon. Forgot to put them in the box. I'm sure, again, in that situation, I'm pretty sure somebody in the Amazon warehouse was having a joke. Because surely they would have realised they didn't put anything in the cardboard box apart from some plastic bubbles and then just sealed it up and sent it on its way. They didn't actually put the item that I'd ordered in the box. They just basically sent me an empty cardboard box yesterday.
Unbelievable.
Open the box, nothing in it apart from the like
That,
air bubble stuff.
you know, that is something that I sometimes wonder. How can you prove that there was nothing in it? They would have to believe you. Right?
Well, the one advantage would be the weight of the box. On the little sticker that says how much the box weighs, the empty box weighs quite a lot less than the box if it had got the item in it. Because the item I ordered, which came today,
If it had some weight,
it's 3 kilos. The item I ordered weighed 3 kilos. So yesterday's box should have weighed at minimum 3 kilos.
3 kilos, yeah.
But it didn't. It only weighed what the cardboard box weighed. So that's how they knew the cardboard box was empty.
Well, that's a way to prove it.
Yeah, I was like.
But if you buy something like RAM sticks or an SSD, they don't weigh anything. Right?
No. So then it comes down to faith.
Yeah, believe it or don't believe it.
Or don't believe it.
Or they still have it on in their logistics system that it showed it hasn't been locked out, you know.
Like
or somebody stole it. Yeah?
Like the stuff I ordered back in Christmas. I ordered some stuff in the Boxing Day sale the day after Christmas. And on their tracking system, it showed it left their warehouse up in Scotland, but it never arrived at its destination in Peterborough.
But how can they check whether something has been put into the box? Huh? So if somebody who is packing steals the item,
I suppose what they
puts it in his pocket,
they would have to stock
or they share it between themselves.
They would have to stock take it. Stan EG asks, what's the mod that locks you on the rows? This is the guidance steering mod by Wapster that is available on the in-game mod hub. However, this version is slightly different. This is the development version, which means it's a little bit ahead of the mod hub version, because this version, Wapster's added the option to be able to rotate the track 90 degrees at the end of a row. So for example, if I wanted to, having reached the end of the row, I can now flip the track 90 degrees, and if I wanted to go then that way, I could do it. Before, you'd have to record a different course. You'd have to record a whole new course each time you wanted to go in a different direction. Now you can just rotate it, which is brilliant for doing square fields where you're only going to be going in 90 degrees pretty much.
Yeah, I just did that for field 17, where I have one side done, and now I have another.
You have the longer bit
another
now.
leg to do, which is longer in the direction. I changed it, so I go in the longer rows instead of the shorter rows. Don't have to turn so often. And it exactly matches the edge of the field. It's also nice.
But going back to what you were saying about how would they know if they put something in the box or not, the first thing they would probably do is they would do a PI count, which is actually a physical check of their inventory to see how much stock they actually have in the warehouse and how much the computer is saying they should have.
Yeah, they would scan it before they put it in the box.
Yeah, so they would find out if they had an extra item in the warehouse, then they know they didn't put it in the box. At the same time,
but if somebody's stealing it, then they know who stole it, right?
Well, again, I would imagine from my personal experience of when I worked for Curry's PC World here in the UK, that you as an employee would be, they would have strict search procedures for the employees who are entering and exiting the warehouse. So it's impossible for an employee to steal anything because you are literally searched. They put you through the metal.
But like I said, your package of gums, they could have eaten it between themselves.
Well, yeah, there is that possibility that sweets may get eaten in the factory. sometimes when bags of sweets turn up and they're opened, you think, yeah. I imagine some employees have probably had an handful or two out of these as they were packing the box.
It's unbelievable.
Definitely. Yeah. And then you then when you leave your review on Amazon, you just post the comment, well, they might as well have just ate the rest instead of sending me. With what I actually received, they might as well have just carried on and ate the lot. But the main thing was, at least they did manage to get the most important delivery made yesterday. They did deliver my new underpants. Reasons to celebrate. After 14 years, I finally decided to order some new underpants. It's like, yeah, the Under Armour ones are starting to look a bit worn out now. Time for some new ones. It's good going. I'm not the kind of person that orders clothes a lot. I don't tend to buy a lot of clothing.
I saw a commercial about clothes where they have now, there is a new company that produces an app that actually measures your figure via photos, you know, from your mobile phone.
Yeah.
Or via some scan. And they also register where you bought clothes, whether this company has clothes that are more to the small side or more to the big side. Yeah? So L is not always L, yeah, from wherever you buy it.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's the thing that does make clothes buying very different. That
but they want to do that with
large,
this app.
one company's large is not the same as another company's large.
Yeah, right.
And even, like, you know, an American large is a very different thing from a European large.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That is why also shoe size in America is different.
Yeah, shoe sizes as well. It makes no sense. You know, when you're measuring stuff in feet and inches or in centimeters and millimeters, why would it be different from one country to the next? You know, why would a large in America be different from a large in the UK or in Europe? You know,
when I bought shoes in the US, I had to buy larger shoes. So I downloaded it but can't get it to work. So you've downloaded and activated the GPS mod, but you can't get it to work. The first thing to make sure, when you buy a tractor in the store, Stan EG, you will notice there is now an option that says Global Positioning System. You need to make sure you buy the GPS for the tractor or vehicle that you want to use it on. So any tractors that you already have on your map, if you're loading this mod on a save game, won't have GPS. It'll only be on new tractors that you buy. So you need to make sure you buy the GPS on the tractor. And then once you've got the GPS on the tractor, the first thing you need to do is make sure it's activated. You will notice little icons on the right-hand side of the screen. One of them obviously looks like a steering wheel, the one above that looks like a satellite, and the other one indicates basically the rows of the field. You need to make sure the satellite is green for the GPS system to be enabled. And then basically once you've got to turn the satellite on, then all the other functions then work. But
basically it's a two-step process. You've got to make sure you buy GPS on your vehicle, and then 2, you've got to make sure you turn the GPS satellite on before you try doing anything. Don't be afraid to open up the GPS menu as well and have a look in there at different things, which can make your life a lot easier, like show lines. Make sure that's turned on. I've just done something very, very bad, because I've now messed up my my width. I mean, you should be able to, if you've already got tractors, harvesters and stuff like sprayers and stuff on your save game, if you take them to a workshop and go into the customize option, you should be able to add GPS to pre-existing vehicles. So you don't need to like sell all your old vehicles and buy them again. You can retrofit old vehicles with GPS at 15 grand a machine. But definitely whenever you're buying a new machine, make sure you check the box to buy the GPS on it. Yeah. Clothes fitting by app. I know there's a company here in the UK that does your glasses via app. You take a photo of your face and then basically you can try on all the glasses that they sell without having to actually go to the shop. And then what you do is you send them the picture and they're able to work out all the measurements from that of your face from that picture, and they make the glasses to the right size so they fit you.
But do they also know how your sight is?
Oh yes, because you would have an eye test with them and they give you a copy of your prescription.
Okay.
So you have your prescription to hand when you are browsing your glasses and stuff. But yes, you still have to go to the shop technically to have your eye test done. That's the one bit. But obviously in the current global situation with everything that's going on in the world, if you've only got to go to the shop for your eye test and then can spend all your free time at home picking your glasses, trying them on and stuff like that, it's obviously much better because you're having less contact with people then. Less exposure to corona. I must admit, I do need to. I do have a letter somewhere. They wrote to me the other day because it's been 4 years since on my last eye test, so I need to go and have my eyes done. I do need to have my eyes tested again and get some new glasses because these are getting a bit old. They're a bit bent out of shape because obviously I wear them all the day long and I fall asleep wearing them, and I wake up in the morning and they're all twisted and all lopsided, and I try and straighten them. You never get them back to how they should be. What I definitely want to get in my next pair of glasses, I definitely want to get special computer use lenses to reduce the strain on your eyes when you sat here looking at this screen all day. You know, it filters out the blue light to stop you feeling tired. And, that is magnified in such a way that your eyes don't have to focus so hard, work so hard to focus, which again prevents strain. Doggy's munching, Mr. Doggy's munching. I'm gonna have another jelly snake.
What is it called you're eating? Snake or snail?
Well, they're technically called Haribo yellow bellies, but they're basically a jelly snake with like some marshmallow stuff on the bottom.
Haribo.
Haribo.
German.
Yeah, I ordered a 3-kilo bag
Wow.
because I had a craving for some sweets the other day, and I thought I need some sweets. I really need some sweets. So of course, if you're going to order some sweets, you might as well order 3 kilos. Biggest bag you can get.
What are you having next week then?
I don't know. I don't know about next week. I don't even know what I'm having tomorrow yet.
You have to buy another 3-kilo bag for next week.
Well, I've got some more of them chew stick things. Another bag of those. I didn't order any swizzles this time. Didn't fancy swizzles. But I did get a tub of cola bottle. And I got a tub of fizzy cola bottles as well. My craving should be satisfied for a couple of days.
Plowing.
Plowing, so high.
Seeding.
For backside. Seeding. Oh, you know what that means? It's gone 6 o'clock, everybody. Do.
86%.
New video has gone live on the channel. Wow.
You're pretty popular. You have 7 viewers.
I know. I don't know what to do tonight. I'm lost. 7 viewers.
Unbelievable.
Can't believe how popular I am.
In your face, squirrel.
In your face, squirrel.
He's
No,
offline.
what's the name of the
We are 6 now. 1 left.
what's the name of the the woman TV presenter lady? She used to be on BBC News.
How would I know?
She made the headlines last week here in the UK because she started a new television programme on Channel 4, a lunchtime programme type thing, and it set a record for being, at one point during the show, there was 0 people watching.
At lunchtime, what do you expect?
At lunchtime, in this new daytime TV programme thing that they'd done loads of advertising for, there was absolutely
Nobody
0
cared.
viewers. And what was even more funny about it was somebody said, well, isn't that kind of embarrassing for the presenter? Because all her family and friends who said, yeah, we'll be watching the first episode. I bet they're all
Not even
like,
them, but
they're
not
kind of
even
disappearing back into the hedgerow. Like, oh, well, we kind of lied because even we didn't, even her friends and family didn't watch.
yeah. Not even she did watch on an iPad.
Is that, yes. Yeah, of course. You'll be one of the 7 viewers then. I'll be one of the 7 viewers, so that's 2.
I can switch on my iPad as well. It's 8
And I'm
viewers.
working, so go away. Yeah, that's embarrassing. None of her friends and family tuning in to watch her new show. 0 viewers. Can't imagine that show's going to last a long time. I bet that'll get cancelled pretty quick. All the companies that were paying for advertising on the show, they'll be like, we want our money back. You had no viewers.
But to say that she had a record for no viewers will make all the viewers more. Let's watch this show. If they have no viewers, it must be rubbish. I want to watch it. And then suddenly she gets 1 million viewers.
Maybe.
It's
Maybe
like a book that gets bad reviews. Yeah? Everybody says this is a bad book, and everybody buys the book.
Yeah, or a movie. Oh, that movie's terrible.
Yeah.
Don't watch it. So everybody goes to watch it to see why it's so terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Dinner's ready. Dinner's
11 minutes. 11 minutes late.
11 minutes. Not good.
You're not getting any dinner because you had already sweets. I'm not allowed.
To be honest, I'm surprised I'm getting any dinner because I already had bacon sandwiches.
So you wait until you hit the end of the road.
It's not very often the chef cooks twice in one day, so I'm surprised I'm getting dinner when they've already done bacon sandwiches today. Unless they're trying to get some overtime and trying to get paid twice.
So you're waiting until you hit the end of the road to turn around, then get your dinner.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is I'm seeding and fertilising, so even if the cruise control stops halfway across the field, it's not going to waste anything. Like if I was spraying. So, yeah. I can run, fetch some din-dins. The boxes with me, right?
Also. He's gone. He's hitting the end of the row. Is he back in time? Will he make it? Will he be back in time? I don't think so. He will hit the hedge. Uh-oh. Like I said. Dang. Well, I thought the tractor would jump over it.
Oh no, he's driven into a hedge. He made it all the way across the field.
You were not fast enough.
Wasn't.
I thought it would jump over the fence, but it doesn't.
It's not sugar. Jump over the fence. It's only the 3:30 from Aintree.
Huh.
The tractor might have 430 horsepower, but it's not a horse. It's a good cup of tea. It's a good cup of tea. %73 complete.
What's it for dinner?
Dinner tonight, I have got pizza and chips.
So
Looks like a homemade pizza as well, because it's all like chicken and stuff. That's nice. Homemade. Have all the cheeses. We'll have different cheeses on it, no doubt. All the chef would have used a bit of everything out of the fridge.
different cheeses on the chips.
On the pizza. I suppose technically on the chips as well, because the chips are kind of part of the pizza. They've kind of been poked into the top of it. Fuel when I get back to the farm after doing this contract. Tractor will be ready for a drink.
75% done. You.
Yeah.
I'm 98.
Big field. I wonder what a fertilising contract would be on this field then. If it's paying 20 grand to seed it, how much more would it pay to fertilise it? Bearing in mind the last fertilising contract I did was 20 odd grand for that small field. Field 20. I reckon it must be at least 40 grand to fertilise this field, surely. Maybe 50 grand.
Maybe it shows up on the list after you've finished.
It would be nice if it did. It'd be nice to see a few fertilising contracts popping up. Because they haven't been very... They've kind of been few and far between at the minute. I wonder if that's because we're playing without crop withering. So the AI fields don't... They kind of stay ready to harvest the same as our fields do. So the AI fields would just sit there and sit there and sit there until we do the contract.
My contract is finished, but I still have 3 rows to do. Tractor tank is half empty. So is yours.
Yeah.
But you already did fertilizing with this tractor, right?
Not with this one. I did the little tractor.
Oh, okay.
I'm using my big tractor for this seeding job. because I'm using the big planter. I need the extra horsepower. Another thing, did you see that Catlin Crops now has a release date?
No.
Yeah, the official release date for Catlin Crops is now the 15th of October.
Oh.
That's when it comes out of early access and we get the first proper version.
Let's see.
Put an announcement on Steam the other day.
I haven't seen it.
Did put a thing in the Discord as well about it. Clearly Mr. Howard doesn't read the Discord. Or he just ignores whatever I post. A little bit concerned I'm going to run out of seed. I don't think it's too far from the town to set the shop if I do run out of seed. I wonder if I could run out of seed and then the farmer might go, well, you know what, that's near enough, contract complete. I can see what your intention was. Nice try, you showed up, you have a medal.
Gold medal.
Yeah, have a medal. Like the kid at sports day who comes last. You tried. Have a medal. 10 points to Gryffindor.
10 points for Gryffindor. Money.
I watched those films again recently and I have to say, Dumbledore was very biased. every year at the end of school when he read out the house point totals. If Slytherin were winning, he would always just then randomly make up some extra things that Gryffindor got points for.
Yeah.
So Gryffindor would win. It's like, he's
That's
so biased.
why Slytherin is so pissed. That's why.
He's so biased.
He makes them bad.
Yeah.
They're not bad. He makes them. Whatever we do, we don't win. Oh, you already bought the John Deere.
Yeah, I bought it today. Because we had quite a bit of money in the account when I logged in. So I was like, that's easy enough then. I can buy the machine and then I can sell the Bradle and get the spreader attachment for the John Deere. And then I can sell the sprayer and buy the sprayer attachment. That's why when you logged in, we only had like 50 grand in the because I'd spent most of the money you'd made from contracts. What's new? You make all the money and I spend it.
Yeah, that's not new.
That's how the farm works. You know? That's how this partnership works. Evenly split right down the middle. I didn't want to be totally selfish, so I got you some nice big tyres for your tractor, and I got you a nice weight for your tractor, and I got you GPS for your tractor, so I did buy you a little summits.
Yeah, that's what makes me wonder what happened. What did he do again? Why did I get this?
No, I was actually at the time when I was doing it, I was actually talking to the chat at the time, and I was like playing the game of I wonder how long it would be before Mr. Helgi notices.
I have a problem here.
Whether he notices there's any difference in his tractor.
I have a problem.
What problem?
Huh? The problem? My telephone maybe.
You have no problem.
Just a second. I want to harvest. I want to harvest field 9.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to get into the field.
There's a gate on the side of the field. As you drive down the path towards field 11, there's a gate about halfway down the field. There's not a lot of room. It's the one field on the map where the gate kind of opens into the field. So there's not a lot of room to drive in and round before you would be driving on the field. That's the slight, and especially with the combine, because you've got to get the header into the field.
I cannot go into the field because the gate is in the way. So let me go down.
There's only the one gate. That's the only in and out. If you can't get
There's only one gate, right?
yeah, that's the only gate. So if you
Yeah,
can't
but you
get,
can't get in. You can't go in.
You can't get the harvester
Because,
through that gate.
I mean, let me see. Let me turn around here. But there's no way to get into the gate because it's opened into the field.
It opens into the field, yeah. It's the one field on the whole map where that is a bit of an issue. It's probably the only field on the map that when Stevie did it, he probably should have had the gates open outwards.
Yeah, but then it's in the way of the driving path. I jumped out of the harvester. If you jump in the harvester, and you can have a look. It is, I would say, impossible to get in without doing crop destruction.
Yeah, that's a problem, especially with this kind of header. Now, if we had one of those other headers, those fancy folding ones, that we used on La Coronella, that wouldn't be so much of a problem, would it? Do we still have headers available? We do. Yeah, field 9 is the weird field.
I think if you put the header along here and then drive backwards here, and then you can maybe click into it and go onto the field. I don't know, but I think there is no chance. I think to get it into the gate, the header.
I think we go for a different plan of attack. I'll be right back. Once I finish hitting every gate post and every bit of hedge on the map. I'll be right back.
What are you doing?
I have an idea. Or to quote Kevin Bacon from the film Tremors, I have a cunning plan. Which honestly sounds more like Baldric from Blackadder when he says, I have a cunning plan. I'm back. Reckon that'll work.
Oh.
Reckon this will now let you harvest the field.
I think a little bit further. You need to go a little further. Stop. Yeah. That works.
You reckon you can do it at one of them? Works, doesn't it?
That's perfect.
You can get in and out of the field with one of them.
I mean, then I can change header. When I have done a little bit, but maybe not.
A small field like that, you might as well use that header, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
I would imagine that header's quicker anyway, isn't it? Yeah, that header's 2 kilometres an hour faster than the other one.
Wow.
Don't you get a nosebleed. Don't you get a nosebleed with that extra speed. That whole extra 2 kilometres an hour you can now do. As I am about to run out of seed. No! I think the contract is complete. I think at this point the farmer has said, yeah, you've done enough, look. You've made a good effort. Near enough. So there's quite a lot of harvesting contracts about. A lot of ploughing. Want to do any potatoes? 14 grand. 26 grand. Another ploughing job for 26 grand. Jesus. Jesus. Mr. Helgie's doing the barley harvest. Field 9.
Well, you could pick up the straw if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. On your way back. Yeah, going. And again, now massively rewinding the conversation about an hour back to when we was talking about this, the science experiment on and yield. Did discover something else yesterday in my experiments, which I didn't put in the video because it didn't make sense to put it in the video. But grass mowing. Did you know that if you mow the grass when it's in the yellow stage, you get less grass than when a grass field is ready to harvest and it's yellow, like it is now on field 1?
Yellow?
Yeah, when it's yellow. When it's in the first harvest stage.
I didn't know that grass goes yellow, unless it's a drought.
He's being funny guy.
So grass, hold on. I think I need to
turn it on.
Select it first. Oh, we have only one fruit type. Grass, chink, and now harvest time. What field is grass? It's
Field
one?
one, yeah.
Ah, yellow, yeah. It also goes into 3 stages?
Yes.
Yeah. Like
and,
grass.
And grass.
And that is a difference?
That is a difference. Grass is the only crop in game where if you mow the grass when it's in yellow, like it is now, you will get less grass. If you wait until it's orange, you get more grass. So grass is the only crop in the game where you are better to wait until the last growth stage before you mow it. Because you do get more yield.
It's interesting.
Very interesting. It does make sense because obviously the grass would be longer, so therefore there would be more of it if you leave it to grow. Yeah. Some people didn't know that. Some people are like, nah.
I thought it wouldn't make a difference.
Some people are like, yeah, it doesn't make a difference when you mow grass. Well, actually, it does, and it's the only crop. The only crop. Someone's put a plough back where my my cedar goes. Oh.
GPS on the harvester is kaput.
Yeah, I've not put GPS on the harvester.
It's like the pilot says, the autopilot is kaput on this plane. This plane doesn't have an autopilot.
Yeah, autopilot.
That's why the landing was a little rough.
Yeah, I've seen some of those where pilots have filled in reports for the plane. And
yeah, that was the Australian. It's an Australian airline. Yeah.
The ground crew's responses to some of these things that the pilots.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. The plane flies funny. We told the plane not to fly funny anymore.
There's a terrible squeak in the left ear of my headset. We've removed the left ear of your headset.
You moved the left ear.
We've removed the left ear.
There's scratchy noises in the cockpit. Install the cat.
Install the cat. Yeah.
Things like that. Qantas. It was Qantas. And Qantas is one airline with the least accidents of all airlines. Can you imagine? The landing was a little rough. The autopilot didn't work properly. This plane doesn't have an autopilot. I need unloading.
There's no one brought a trailer down. I'll go fetch a trailer as well then. Ooh, I get to use this big bad boy tractor. Look. Mr. Hell, you forgot to put the alarm on. You forgot to put the steering lock on.
The starting key.
You forgot to put the immobiliser on. Oh, I managed to take his tractor.
Yeah, while you're at it, you can fill it with petrol.
I'll fill it with petrol and then it'll never ever
clean
work
the windows.
again. No, do you know that? I'll happily put petrol in it if you want, but it won't work afterwards. it won't run right.
Fuel!
It won't run right.
Put fuel in it. Christ's sake.
It's a bit like my sister the other night when she when we took my dad to his football match. She took the car that needed the petrol, which hasn't had any petrol put in it since last year. We went and gave that its first fill up of 2020.
Yeah.
So brilliant that was. Went to obviously
Where's the filling? It's the filling station. Where's the opening for filling? I don't know. I don't remember.
went to the little window to pay the cashier, pay the little servant, the little peasant.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, that's £40, please." So hand over the money, and he's like, "Have you got a card?" Why? Well, it's £40. I was like, "Yeah, I've just given you two £20 notes there. That's £40. Oh, we're only accepting card." No, you're freaking not. You're accepting any money. £40 is all I have. I ain't giving you a bank card. I will give you
Why
pound
should
notes.
DJ take cash? I mean, come on.
Like, if you don't want to accept cash, that's your problem, but that's all I have to pay for it, so... Of course. You make the decision. I says, because the fuel's already in the car. I'm not taking it out again. And I've got the keys, so I can quite happily drive off any time I want. So you make the decision. You make the decision, Mr. Minimum Wage. Will you accept the £40 notes?
It's very funny, very funny. Because when I started my career, I had a credit card from the company and a company car, and the filling station says, you know, you can buy also other stuff, and not just petrol here. I said, but it's a company car, and I just want to fill the tank and pay for the petrol. Oh, it's just a tank card then. It says, yes, exactly, and it was the last time I tanked in this filling station. Thank you, bye. I never went there again, never in my life. They didn't like credit cards, that was all.
Exactly, I just can't believe it. These shops that won't take money. You're not going to catch coronavirus by touching money.
No way. You catch other diseases, but not corona.
And especially not touching my money, because my money hasn't left the house since December of last year.
Right.
Because if the guy at the petrol station had actually looked close enough, he would have noticed I was paying with 2 old £20 notes. Because I was trying to get rid of them. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to pay with cash.
I have so much cash.
I wanted to get rid of the out-of-date £20 notes.
Maybe that's why he didn't want them. He had to go to the bank to change them.
I was like, I want to get rid of these before they're no longer legal tender.
He wanted to say, do you have proper money?
Do you have the monopoly money? No.
Do you have legal money?
No, I do not have any of that plastic money. Well, I do. I have plastic £5 notes and plastic £10 notes, but I haven't got any of the new plastic £20 notes because I've not been anywhere since December of last year to get any. Because I've been in lockdown.
It's pretty windy, you know. These windmills never turn so quickly in real life. It's too fast, Stevie. They're too fast.
Well, on the default, in the standard game, they turn at one. They turn at one speed, and that is the speed that they turn at in the vanilla game. If, however, you play with Seasons mod's quite clever, because it changes those windmills to spin at whatever speed the wind is blowing at on a given day.
Oh, wow!
And if the wind is actually below a certain speed, the windmills won't spin. That's something clever Seasons does. I mean, okay, most of the rest of the Seasons mod doesn't work. It's buggy and it glitches and it causes you problems. But some parts of it, are quite nice, like the trees changing colour throughout the year and that sort of stuff. That's all very nice, and I like all that. You know, that's all good.
And by the way, the changing of the header was a clever idea, actually.
Why?
I never had thought something like that.
Change the header. Well, again, we know all about the problems of getting into fields with tight gates and stuff. Having just come from La Coronella, we know all about gates and issues with fences, and sometimes you just have to accept you've got to use a small header. Sometimes you just can't get into a field unless you've got a small header on the front of the hut. There's not enough room to get in and detach the big header and then drive around and pick up the big header. Sometimes you just got to make do with using a little machine. It's only borrowed. I didn't buy it. I only borrowed it for a bit.
So where do we sell the barley?
The barley? Currently.
Oh, you can return it now. Or do you want to keep it, the header?
Return the header. We're not going to need it till the next harvest. Well, the price is going down at the grain mill. Barley is currently $309 at the grain mill, but that is going down. The next best price is the US mill at $304.
Then I go to the grain mill.
And there is 14,000 litres in the silo if you wanted to fill and do a full trailer load.
Grain mill.
If the trailer's not quite full. Regular old straw.
Silage
Silage Kings. I want to go to Silage Kings then. I'm also going to just check quickly if there's any straw in the silo just to give me a full 68,000 litres before I drive down there.
Oh, there are some nice areas of the map that we have yet to discover.
Oh yeah, you've not been for a drive. I've been down to the town. I've been to the shop a couple of times as I've been selling equipment and buying new equipment. So I've been that far, at least I've been into the town. I've driven down to the bottom of the map. Been to the animal dealer a couple of times when I've been selling straw from soybeans and canola and stuff, because they seem to pay good money for that.
Oh, now I see it. The road sign says speed limit 50. It looks like it's an American setting.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of feels in keeping with the other two Lakeland maps, which were definitely American.
Pardon?
It's definitely in keeping theme-wise with the other two maps the other two Lakeland maps that Stevie did, which were definitely American. I know in FS17 Snetterton Farm wasn't an American map, but I think FS19 he has made it an American map. Although it doesn't look...
There are also some American-looking houses.
Yeah.
Some country local size or country area.
Certainly when you drive into town and you see things like waffle shop and stuff, you think, yeah, it's American. Only Americans have waffles.
than you have. What do you call them?
I don't know what we call. I don't think we even eat them.
You don't have that?
I don't think British people are obsessed with waffles. We certainly don't have
Oh, I
places.
like waffles.
We
Fresh
certainly,
green waffles.
we certainly don't have restaurants dedicated to them over here, definitely.
Well,
that's something you might get on the side of your
can-
plate if you
you can
order
get-
like a full English breakfast or something. You
waffles
might find a
you can get
waffle
on the
side of
Christmas
plate.
market, like crepe waffles. If there are any Christmas markets this year.
If there's Christmas this year.
Shitty Corona.
It'll be Christmas. Christmas might be cancelled. Might not be able to have all the Christmas music. No Dominic the Donkey. So of course the straw will get paid for then at midnight when the BGA pays out. Very nice.
Look, we are at 239,000.
Yeah, that is going to change though in a second. I need to buy the sprayer for the John Deere. Do the fertilising.
Flash.
Splash.
Yeah, these big tires, they will flash the water.
Oh, slowing down, must be going uphill. "31 kilometres an hour." And then it accelerates back up to 53 now. Now I'm back at the farm. No. I heard that in the background. Rona.
Did you hear something? I think you hear better my background noise than I do.
You're sat in your noise cancelling headphones, can't hear anything.
No.
Yet your microphone hears everything. Your microphone hears all.
Yeah. She doesn't hear. She has headphones as well. It's like the old couple sitting in front of the television, and he asks, "Did you say something?" And she says, "No, that was yesterday."
I need the petrol. Petrol!
So I returned the header.
Return the header.
Oh. Uh-oh. Thunder.
No,
I
not
see there's
thunder.
a thunder.
That's not
Do you want
thunder.
to feel it?
It's not thunder.
Huh? No, what is it?
It's your pressure
A
washer.
pressure washer?
It's for washing your vehicles.
Oh.
For washing your tractor. I did that
Needs
for you as
water
well
and
today.
pressure.
I did that for you earlier today as well. Did you notice? I gave your
What did
tractor
you pressure wash?
I pressure washed your tractor. Give it a
Really?
clean before I put it in the shed. Yeah.
Wow.
It was all nice and shiny when you logged in today.
How do you do that? From behind?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Sometimes getting out of the vehicles is difficult. You get stuck. How long is the invisible hose?
It tells you on the little help window. Is it about 98 foot?
Oh, 60%.
Something ridiculous.
Quite long.
What's the load command system do?
It's actually using the water and the diesel.
Yeah, it does. It's genius. It's better than the vanilla machine. Much better, more realistic. Because on a steam cleaner, you would need diesel to heat the water up to make the steam, and it would obviously use water then.
And also to drive the pump.
Yeah.
But you can go into the shed to clean the stuff.
Yeah, I think when you come to buy that thing, it's under miscellaneous. It's right on the end. You can either have a 15-meter hose or a 30-meter hose, and I bought the 30-meter hose because I figured 30 meters is quite a nice. It gives you plenty of room to walk around and make sure you get all the stuff, doesn't it?
Do you want to park it somewhere particularly? This thing looks so funny.
Plenty of room in these two sheds for parking your tractors. You think?
No, I want to say where you park the pressure washer.
Oh, well, I haven't got a special place in mind for the pressure washer. The thing about the pressure washer is it can go wherever you need it to go. It's on wheels. Right there in that big space, we haven't got anything at that time. There's no chickens wandering around, so I was like, you know what? The fertilizer.
Oh, I think I'll make a break from farming. Catch you tomorrow sometime. Right.
Yeah, catch you tomorrow, Mr. Helgi. I'm just going to quickly spray this field because I've not got to use this yet, and it's my first time using this machine.
I'm sure you want to do.
I just want to spray this field quickly.
The contact or the one that we mowed, harvested.
When we harvested. I'm so excited. Looking down.
Someone posted in our Discord that the Cattle and Crops is on Steam release sometime.
Yeah, I don't know who did that. Somebody did that. Oh, that left and right opens and closes the door. I don't need to open and close the door. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, flipper. Look at that. Have you ever seen a sprayer do that?
Open door? No.
You can lift the bits up on the ends, look.
Individually. Okay.
Ooh, the wheels go in and out, look.
Mm.
You can make it wider and narrower.
You can adjust it to the crop. If you spray in the crops.
Yeah, you can lift it up and down, so you can make those bits. Of course, I've got the problem with I'm using the controller with the dodgy right button.
I think I haven't installed Cradles and Crops.
That goes up and down like that, and then if I press that
Oh,
one,
menu
go
updates.
up and down, the whole thing goes up and down then, look. I'll tell you what, you don't get stuck on fences with this.
I think I'll wait for the release date before I install it again, huh? Cattle and Crops. Because it will install anyway a new version. But the picture of the farmer is so stupid.
I've got it installed. What I ought to do is I ought to load it up now, have a look at it now, maybe record a bit, and then do a bit and compare it after the release date, and say this is what's changed between early access and release. Spot the difference. And most people will go, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, yeah. Do you really think they've added any new content in 3 months when they haven't added anything in 3 years? I still think there's only one tractor in the game and one harvester. I think there's only one plough and one seeder.
They have class.
I don't think there's a lot of equipment in cattle and crops. I did see him post something about the fact that you will be able to play it on PC with controller now. Originally they weren't going to include that at launch, but because they are obviously going to be releasing it on console, they figured it makes no sense not to have PC not be able to be played with controller. Tell you what, not only was that really nice to spray the field with, it was also incredibly quick.
Yeah.
That's the fastest sprayer I think I've used in this game. I think it's faster than the Big Brute.
Pretty wide as well.
Genius. What's been a machinery? Nice bit of machinery.
Oh, on ATS, the Western Star is now available.
Oh yeah, I saw there was my American Truck Sim did do an update earlier. Have they given us something new?
The truck Western Star, the 49X.
A new truck. Load that up and have a look at them at some point.
I haven't played ATS or ETS for a while.
No, I haven't. I ought to, especially now I've got me head tracking. Me head tracking.
Definitely.
Me track IR. I ought to give it a go.
Do some recording or streaming.
I need to upload some more Mafia tonight now. And then I need to, it's Friday tomorrow, isn't it? Freaking hell,
Maybe do some streaming like Trucker's Diary.
Trucker's Diary.
Let's talk about yield.
Sunday night trucking with CWATTYESO.
Did you copy that from somebody? I don't know. No idea.
No idea. No idea.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Catherine of Skye.
She's got
Tell you what.
dyslexia, she says. And she's got
Well,
hand herb.
that's just an excuse for being thick, that is. No new mods today. That's the second day in a row we've not had any new mods. Giants must be on holiday. Giants must be on sleep time.
Yeah, see, in Germany, the 3rd of October is a national holiday to celebrate the reunion of East and West Germany.
When your Lord and Saviour, David Hasselhoff, reunited the world by bringing down the wall.
But since it is on Saturday,
your national hero.
We will not have a day off on Monday or so, like you do in the UK. It's just we can't shop on Saturday. That's all. Yeah, can't go shopping. Have to buy everything tomorrow.
Think now how lucky you are that if it wasn't for Mr. Hoff, there would still be an East and West divide.
Yeah, and the wall would be 5 meters higher.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to thank the Hoff. No wonder he's your national hero. No wonder the Hoff's your national hero, and you should have a day to celebrate him, definitely.
Yeah. We play the Hoff Bergman.
So October the 3rd should actually be National Hoff Day. Or Happy Hoff Day in Germany.
We go to Hofbräuhaus, have a drink in Bavaria, or play the Hof Bergman.